Hello. Hey guys. How we doing? Is the audio good? Audio okay? Audio fine? Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, good. Okie dokie. Oh. Wait a minute. Can one of you guys I don't know who wants to do it, but can one of you guys follow or unfollow and then follow? Cause I want to make sure that the alert is not off center. Who wants to sacrifice their follow streak? Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's a little off center. I'm really sorry about that. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you so much for your sacrifice. There we go. Thank you, guys. Okay. Okie dokie. Um, Thank you, guys, for showing up. Ooh, okay. Lots of notifications already. I'm a little nervous. Thank you, Anonymous Boy, for the reset for 41 months. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you, thank you. Were you hurling because it's my time of the, huh? It's your time of the month? I don't think so. Yeah, thank you, Finesse God, for the reset for 3 years. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you, thank you. And thank you, Ethan, for the reset for a heckin' 84 months. I don't even know how many years that is. 7? 7 years? 7 years is crazy. Thank you so much for the resub and thank you for your prime, Ethan. I appreciate it. Thank you, K Dragon, for the 65 stream streak. Damn, the gym swole. No, I have not been going to the gym this. I think last week I was like pretty good about it, and then starting like Sunday night, um, yeah, I was vomiting. I think it was like maybe mild food poisoning. I don't know because I've never experienced food poisoning before. But yeah, I was vomiting. And it was really bad because I think because I never vomited so violently before in my life, so my body was just like rejecting everything. So it wasn't just food. After like all my food cleared out, like I couldn't even intake water very well. Like I'd try to drink 3 to 4 sips of water, and then I would lay back down, like not like fully down, but I'd like sit up, and I would try to like rest it off, and then but then after like a couple of hours, like the moment I started drinking too much water at a time or too fast is when like my body was like, okay, we're just gonna hurl up bile again. And then I was like, oh, okay. And I legitimately thought I was gonna die. Like there was a point where I was like, I'm not religious, but I was like, please God, please God save me. Um, and then yeah, but in the end, my brother got me electrolytes, so like Gatorade and stuff, and then I was finally able to like keep something down with the Gatorade. Shout out to Gatorade Zero Sugar Orange flavor. Yes, sir. Yeah, and so Tuesday, I was finally able to take liquids and a little bit of like scrambled egg down, and then yesterday I actually was able to like eat uh eat a little bit and then drink like electrolytes and water. And I'm so grateful for the fact that I can drink water now cuz it was really bad. I was like, "Oh my god, am I going to die this way?" But yeah, it was not the most pleasant experience ever. Health is wealth. Health is wealth. Yeah. But so I'm really sorry I wasn't able to stream the last couple of days. I was like um dude, oh my god, Monday morning I had to wake up for like a 9 a.m. Valorant lobby, and I remember telling this to you guys, right? Because I was like, nobody Nobody from the Valorant community watches me, I'm pretty sure, except like maybe a couple people. So I'm pretty sure like they're never gonna hear about this. But like I was complaining because I was like, the person that originally invited me like isn't gonna be there anymore. So I don't really know anyone except like maybe Tenzin, and I'm gonna feel like such a chud because I haven't played Valorant in so long, and it was literally my first like 3 games in like a year. I don't even remember the last time I played Valorant. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Yeah. But in the end, I didn't do so badly individually, but it was legit like I woke up at like 7. I woke up at 5 a.m., hurled, then went then showered, then got on, like prepped everything around 9 a.m. Then right before like the lobby started, I was like, "Guys, I have to BRB." Hurled again. Then came back. Then I was like, then had to play 3 games of Valorant. So it was a doozy. Yeah. Anyways, but I did do my part at the very least. I wasn't a quitter. Dude, I totally forgot. I had a front page promotion stream Monday night. So I'm so sad I missed that. Like that's something you actively have to sign up for and then like show up and then you're on the carousel, right? But I completely forgot about it. But it is what it is. You know, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. Hi Janet, by the way. Hello Sparta. Hi Motor. Hi JRD. Hi Dogma. Hello Blue. Hi Eddie. Hi Adrian. Hi Jojo. Hello Fatui. Hi Yvonne. Hello Motor. Again. Yo, thank you Cosmic Carp for the 165 stream streak. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Um, hi hi, Kev. Hello, Baldy. Hi, Miss Nikki. Hello, Sergio. Thank you, Sarandy Dwyer, for the resub. Please make sure to share your Twitch notif so I can more properly thank you. Hi, Not Trent. Hello, JJ. Hi, Dust. Ba 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 ba. Did I miss anybody? Hello, Austin Altria. Hi, Mike. Thank you, Lazy, for the reset for 27 months. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Yvonne, for gifting Apple Jam a sub. Apple Jam, welcome to the universe. Hi, Jojo. Hi, Ian. Hi, Pyro. Was your throat burning? No, my throat wasn't really burning. Well, I mean, like, the inside of my mouth was, like, very acidic. I think part of the reason why it was like hard to drink water is because like I would just taste like throw up in my mouth and then that would propel me to throw up more, maybe. I don't know. I feel like I don't really want to go into too many more details cuz I fear it might be unpleasant, unsettling. Yo, thank you Jake Adams for the 255 stream streak. Thank you, thank you. Hi nobody you know. How was Hell's Inferno? Sucked. Would not recommend. Would never do so again. Hi once Jordan. Thank you. Hi Arhenius. Hello Pecco. 3 games of Valo sounds like hell. I mean, honestly, like the vibes are good. Everybody was really nice. Everybody was really nice. Even though I was a noob, and actually, one game I top fragged. We still lost. And it wasn't a close game, but I still top fragged. Hi Pancake Panda. I'm doing okay. I'm doing a little better. Hi Zerjax. What's up? Zerjax, I feel like the last time I VIP'd you, you didn't really get to be VIP for very long, so let's keep it for one more stream, shall we? Hi Trapped in Cyberspace. Hello Witty. Hi Miss Hughes, glad you're feeling better. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. They were like, because I told them too, I was like, this is my first game of Valorant in like a year. And they were like, oh, so then what games do you normally play? And I was like, well, and this is how I feel awkward about like being a variety streamer now is because like, yeah, I used to play a lot of Apex and I still kind of play like Marvel Rivals, but do I play as much as I used to? Like, am I at my peak back then? Hell no, right? So then I was just like, The last game I played was Resident Evil Requiem. And then they were like, okay. And I could tell they were like, this guy's a chud. But then later when I did some clutch moves, some clutch rounds, they were like, man, maybe I should be on the Resident Evil grind. And I was like, yeah, maybe you should. Hi, St. Jimmy. What's up? Love your hair. Thank you. This is day 2 hair. I showered yesterday, uh, hair wise. And then I just put it back in a small bun. Small because I don't have enough hair. I have too thin hair to be able to put it into a big bun. Hi, Fizzle Wizzle. What's up? Time to show all the pistol clips from Ari. Eugene has been working. Okay, I actually really can't wait. I'm very nervous about it because it's like gonna be my first ever like actual supercut or a long, like actually edited long form video on my YouTube channel, and I'm pretty sure the algorithm's not gonna like it because my YouTube channel definitely very much reads as Apex Legends. And so this is gonna be like, yeah, the YouTube algorithm is not gonna like it. I know that for sure. But I am gonna be very proud of this because it's just so well edited. Like Eugene did such a good job in the RE9 supercut. And I actually laughed like watching myself, which is really rare. Like most of the time when I rewatch like footage of myself, I'm just like, okay, like I don't hate it, you know, and that's mostly what I can ask for. But I was like, damn, I'm actually really funny sometimes watching it over, and I feel like that was the magic of Eugene editing. Hello, Anarchy, what's up? Yeah. So I hope that you guys, whenever that does come out onto the huge tube, that you guys also like it. I think it's gonna be a little under 2 hours. It's gonna be around the 1 hour 30 mark. So you know, watching it with food or going to sleep to it, I think might be the play. I will keep an eye out for it. Thank you, thank you. I mean, I'll be like blasting it on socials everywhere, but yeah, I want to say preemptively that I'm really proud of it. And okay, I mean, I'm like trying to mind control myself. Even if it doesn't do well, it'll be okay. Even if it doesn't do well, it'll be okay. But genuinely, like, this is the first time that like I'm trying something new with the long form of the YouTube channel, and it genuinely did like make me happy. So that is the most that I could ask for, I think. Movie night redeemed to watch it together. No, I think that would be really embarrassing. Okie dokie. But I'm really excited for RE9, and then I'm working with another person on an Apex Legends video that honestly might be taking a little bit longer to fine tune. But yeah, I think the goal for the YouTube channel is to kind of intersperse like Apex Legends and or Marvel Rivals, like more FPS content along with like the single player RPG. So I don't know whether that's gonna do well, frankly speaking. I don't know whether YouTube would prefer me to like make an entirely new YouTube for the longer videos, but we'll see. We shall see. Hi Jerry, thank you. Um yeah. So I am back. I finally finished hurling, I think. I've been able to ingest things, and dude, it's kind of bad though, cause like I'm afraid to ingest things, cause I'm like, what if I throw up? But I love food, and I love my drinks, and I love my caffeine. So you know. Hi D, good afternoon. Thank you, thank you. FPS with hints of RPG sounds fire. In my mind, that sounds fire because that is generally my content on Twitch, right? But I don't know what YouTube likes. Me and YouTube are like, sometimes I'm like, I get it. I've unlocked the algorithm. I'm in Hackerman's voice. And then other times I'm like, wow, they really hate me out here. I must be like the fucking unfunniest, least skilled chud to ever do it on this platform. And they are punishing me by giving me the lowest views. You know what I mean? Yeah. But such is just life in general as a content creator, I feel like. Especially nowadays when it's like post COVID, super inflated population. Thank you, Zerjax, for the 7 stream streak. Really appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Edmund. What's up? Hi, Evaldo. I'm okay. I hope you're well. Yeah. I do want to eventually go back and complete like Resident Evil 2 remake. I heard Resident Evil 3 remake is like pretty ass of a remake because it's not super faithful to the original. Um, so I'm considering playing Resident Evil 3 like just the original, but I feel like I'm gonna be so mad about tank controls, no? Like cuz I didn't grow up with that, so I'm probably gonna be malding the entire time. It's all right. So would you recommend me playing Resident Evil 3 the original, or would you recommend me playing the remake? 3 is not bad, but it's so short. You get used to them pretty quick. Congratulations, Janet. I'm so happy for you. Let's go. Good job, Janet. Let's go. Remakes are just better graphics and controls. I know that the graphics are probably a little bit better and control wise is better, but realistically speaking, I think like I still want to play a game that has like most of like the heart in it, if that makes sense. Yeah. So I'm not exactly sure about RE3, whether I play original or remake, or maybe we just play both. We'll see. Yeah, but I think I definitely do want to try out all the Resident Evils before, what is it, 6 or 7? But nah, for real, isn't it RE7? Bug it. Bug it. Just play both. The song that's stuck in my head right now is Yena's Catch Catch. Hi, random fan. Good afternoon. Hope you've had a good day so far. I mean, even though it's 1 p.m., like it feels like my day just got started. So there's that. But honestly, this is probably an earlier start to my day than the last couple of days have been for me. You don't have to glaze me that much, Pyro. Pyro, when you glaze me so much, I think I'm gonna develop. Like, I already have a bit of an ego, but I fear I might be developing a super ego. And then I really will become, like, the mega dictator that everyone kind of just goes along with for now. But sooner or later, they'll be like, oh, fuck. We allowed this. We indulge this. Also, didn't I say hi to you, swans? She must be humbled before it's too late. Yeah, but the moment someone tries to humble me, I'm like... like, I can't stand being put in my place. Let me be delusional. Hi, Squishy. What's up? After beating Black Myth in 2 RE games, you deserve an ego. Why, thank you. Hi, Carl. What's up? Yeah. Oh my goodness, you guys, though. I'm so excited. I don't know whether I'm supposed to label this as like a sponsored, because I probably am gonna swap the title around a little bit because I was gifted this. And I am doing like deliverables in exchange for it, but I'm not technically like being paid for this. But I think I shall put it as hashtag gifted. Maybe hashtag guide for the opening of the PC. What are you thinking? Would you okay, so if you would you consider an opening of a PC sent to a streamer an ad? Yeah, new PC, new PC. Even if I wasn't getting monetary compensation for it. High fart balls, what's up? Yeah, probably. Okay, I'll put it as ad. But my reactions are gonna be really genuine because I'm super excited. It's like a chonker. It's like a NASA PC. I sent the specs to Brendan and he was like, "This is a crazy. This is a whopper of a PC." And I was like, "Really?" Was it by a company? It's by Omen. Yeah. Our friends at HyperX reached out to me and they were like, "Do you need an upgrade?" And I was like, "Do I really need an upgrade? No. But do I want an upgrade?" Yes. Okay. Have you seen the clip of Julia saying Bulbasaur acts like you? Yeah. What's up with that? Huh? I saw it because you linked it in the Discord, so I opened it, and she's like, not to say that you just a little bit of a yandere, but that makes it sound like I am a yandere. I'm not a yandere. I'm just very attached. It's not. I'm not like bullet to her head. Yo, we're best friends, right? We're besties for life, right? You're never gonna leave me for some other hoe, right? Like, I'm not like that. Internally, I might be like, you're hanging out a lot with this new person an awful lot. Do you like her more than me? But, like, in reality, like, I'm very chill on the outside, you know? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm normal. I'm really normal. Hi, Zemi. What's up? Like, no, so, like, it's the same thing with you guys. Like, you like other streamers than me? That's fine. No, it's really fine. It's fine for you guys. Because I already said, like, a couple streams ago, like, that I'm pretty sure I'm most people's, like, third favorite streamer. Like, I'm not normally, except for Necrons. But even then, I'm, like, a little bit, like, why is Telfer like a close second to me, huh, Necron? We're not even like in the same demographic. It doesn't really make that much sense to me for Telfer to be that close in ranking to me. So I'm just saying. But you know, like I'm not yandere. You guys are free to watch whoever you want to watch, be friends with whoever you want to be friends with. I just want everyone to grow as much as possible, and sometimes like my stream and slash or my companionship just isn't enough. But then I start to wonder, why isn't it enough? Why am I not good enough? And then I spiral. And then that's when, I start to show a little bit like, so I saw you in another stream. You seem to be a lot more active in that stream's chat. No, 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 no. It's all good. I just noticed. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. And then ignores you for the rest of the stream. Just kidding. Just kidding. I would never. Hi, Sid. How are you feeling? Missed you? Aw, thank you. I missed you too, buddy. I'm feeling a lot better. I literally thought Monday night I thought I was gonna die. I thought it was it for me. I was like pretty sure I actually wasn't gonna die, but that was the closest to discomfort, like physical, full body discomfort that I'd ever felt in a while. Even though I got sick at the very beginning of this year, right? But it's still like I was like, this will be over soon. Monday night, I was like, I don't see an end to this. That's why I was like feeling so bad, you know? Did anyone else feel like their life was threatened when she said that? No. No. Telfer was there when you weren't streaming. That's all it was. We'll see. Dude, Telfer couldn't even get his fucking mobile IRL stream right. What the fuck was that? He had it portrait. It wasn't even landscape. It was portrait. And his mic was ass. I don't know what kind of mic he was using or whether it was just a phone, but for some reason his voice was so fucking like distorted, whereas like the other person with him sounded fine, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna fix it." Like, how are you going to? Okay, Not to say that I haven't been scuffed in my lifetime, but it's just like he couldn't have been bothered to fix all these things. You know, he couldn't have tried a little bit harder. And you're gonna like, and you're gonna place him second in esteem to me. Look at my mic. Look at my HyperX not ad, not ad mic. You know, like I'm trying here. I'm like having a setup and all that. You know. Anyways, bro, you're not listening to me. Yes, Aaron. We don't listen to traders around these parts. Okay. But I'm happy to be back. Even if yeah, I'm starting to say I might be a little bit territorial. I might be a little crazy, but it is what it is. Okay. So, I'm going to bring over the PC soon. Let me just change my title real quick. New Omen PC. Wait. Sorry, I want to make sure that I get the name of the. Also, do you guys want me to play Apex today? It probably wouldn't be like very big, long, but I do have. Wait, let me check how many codes I have to give away. It's kind of hefty. They gave me a lot. They gave me 3 2150 coin packs. So it's like 3 $20 packs. So 3 winners. 3 winners. Unboxing Omen Max 45L. Does Omen have a Twitch? Yes. Unboxing at Omen Max 45L. Hashtag ad. Please go watch Project Hail Mary this weekend. I'm thinking about it because I actually really like Ryan Gosling as an actor. I really liked him in the. It's not the original Blade Runner, but what is it? Blade Runner 2040 something? Like, he's really good in that, in my opinion. So I kind of want it. So the fact that he's headlining Project Hail Mary makes me like more inclined to watch it. The thing is, I don't know sci-fi. They're saying it's his best performance, really. Do you think I should read the book first or should I watch it? Because normally I'm like a book before movie type of gal. There's a new hero coming in Marvel Rivals before we go sponsor. Oh, yeah. Is it White Fox? Silver Fox? She's Korean. She says, like, Gumiho, the nine-tailed fox. I read the book. It's really good. Hi, Ram Mam. Did I ever mention that I love Omen? No, but by all means, please go ahead. Effuse praise. Okay, but I would say read the book first. Okay. Does that like enhance the movie experience? Or do most people just like almost always recommend reading the book first? She gives me Kiriko vibes. Oh no, for sure. She's definitely slightly Kiriko vibes, especially with the TP. But I like that she has like a melee. So she seems really good for anti-dive. Okay. Sorry. I should read this. I should have reread this a little bit beforehand. But today we're gonna be unboxing the Omen Max 45L. Wow, it's actually the package is huge. You guys will see it as soon as I bring it in here, but it's actually crazy big. It's probably like the biggest PC I've ever had or owned, most likely. I'm really excited to be able to unbox it. Um, I think that the general Omen Max 45L can be customized. So the processor can go up to the AMD Ryzen 9 9950X3D. Um, or it can also. Okay, I thought they would give me the Intel option too, but they did not. They did not. But it can also go up to a NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5090, 32 gigabytes, and then or the AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT, 16 gigabytes. Hi Morph, hi Crouch. No, so I think right now this is a for AMD build. There's like gonna be 3 front fans, one rear fan. Uh, it can have an all-in-one liquid cooling option as well as like Kingston Fury 128 gigabytes for your memory. That's really important these days, you guys. Hi Prismatic, what's up? And also, because it's such a chonker of a PC, most likely you will also be having a chonker of a power supply unit, so you can get up to a 1200 W80 plus gold certified modular power supply, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, mine, the one that they sent me, I think, is specifically an AMD Ryzen build, which I'm really excited for because ever since I switched to AMD, the 9800 X3D for gaming, I just feel like my frames have never been better, and I like highly recommend AMD for gaming. Hi, Cluepop. And then they also sent me, I think it has a 5080, so I'm kind of excited about that, but I'm also a little nervous because I did hear like the 50 series graphic cards, like they're heavy, no? Like they require a lot of power. Yeah. Hi Raylord. Yeah, and then I also got, they gave me like 2 terabytes SSD, an additional 1 terabyte of SSD because we need all that space for gaming, and then yeah. So I'm really excited to open it for slash with you guys. Please be gentle though, cause I'm not very good at. You guys have seen, but I'm not very good at opening boxes or opening things in general. Like I never keep it pretty or like smoothly. So be be understanding. Okay. Hi Sadie. Okay. BRB. Also, I think I'm gonna hide you guys for a bit if that's okay. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Okay, hold on a second. Mm. No, then there'll be no space. Okay, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Give me a moment. Anya, Munaya, don't bark. Wow! Wow! This PC is like a third of me. Wait, can you focus? Can you focus? Can we focus? Okay. It's a big boy, a big box. Okay. And then, oh, okay. And then now I move my chair a little to the side. Oh. guys hear me? Is it are we audible? Okay, wait. If you think I'm really weird for posing or stuff like that, it's because I have to make a short for this later on. Okay. I didn't say it would be a good short. I just said it would be a short. Does the L in 45L stand for L Giga? I think it might stand for large. I don't know though. Oh my god. So they have these tabs on the side. And I think it's supposed to make it easier to like unlock and just lift it up. But I'm sort of a chud, so I don't know how to do that. Now, how do I do this? Any knowers? Any guessers? Oh, I can't see you guys. Come back. Come back. How's the back of my head? How's my bun? Does it look nice? Maybe it's already... Nope, it's still locked. Still locked into place. My bad. Okay. We're more scrunchy than bun. Okay, but that's because I don't have a lot of hair. That's not very nice. Hi, Vintage. What's up? Hello, Munch. Should I just destroy the box? But it says I don't have to. It says I don't have to, like, tear it up. It literally says right here, like, this is a box cutter, and then it has a little slash on top of it. Am I supposed to be able to do this alone? Okay. You know what? I'm starting to realize. Get started. Get started. Maybe we should read this. This is not helping us. It's supposed to slide up, and it has like these locks at the bottom. Like, you see those tabs? But I don't know in what direction I'm supposed to pull it. No, listen, I'm 6'9". So the fact that this is a third of my height means that it is... What is 6'9" divided by 3? Are you taller than Telfer? Yeah, I'm way taller than Telfer. Telfer's a shrimp, bro. Telfer's tiny. I could probably, like, punt Telfer across a field. So I don't know how these tabs are supposed to go. Are they left? Are they right? Oh. I heard some clicking. I don't know whether... Do I admit defeat? Perhaps I should let a battle of strength decide who my favorite streamer is then. Yeah, for sure. By the way, should I ask my mom to help me with this? Should I admit defeat in that humiliating way? Or should I do you think that I can do this on my own? Yeah, but I don't know how to unlock the tabs. That's the thing. I'm confused as to how to unlock the tabs. Figure it out? Okay, wait a minute. Maybe. Hello, Stephanie. Would you mayhaps know how to unlock the tabs at the bottom of the PC? I'm not struggling at all whatsoever on live stream. Haha. I've never seen someone lose to a box before. Who says I've lost? Who says I've lost? I haven't lost. I'm just taking my time to get to know the box. Just round 1. In boxing, there's 3 rounds, right? Wait a minute though. You were so good at Ari puzzles and now this? Oh. Oh. Dude, okay, but let me show you guys the tab. Does this make much sense? Like how do I unlock that? I'm not losing to a box. I'm just taking my time. I'm just truly enjoying the experience. Ah! Ah! It's supposed to be a turn? A turn? A turn? A turn? What? Squeeze the black clips and take the 4 out? Oh! Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh! Oh! Wait, this one got kind of busted in the back. Oh! 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 Ow! Ow! Oh! Yay! Yay! Okay. Okay. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Whoa! Whoa! We did it. We did it. I couldn't be beat by a box. No, sir, not me. Wow, dude, look how big this is, though. And then, oh, am I supposed to lift it? Okay, let me. Oh, look at this. This PC cable, so the power cable's so thick. Okay, and then. Wow. Wait, I'm kind of. I did it, HyperX. I did it. Wait, I'm kind of scared of lifting it up, though. Do I lift it up? I don't know proper lifting posture. I think I won round 2, But we're still at a stalemate in round 3. Yo, thank you, Necron Dawn, for gifting HyperX a sub. How do I do this? Oh no, let's not do that. The plastic just ripped. That was really scary. That was really scary. You went to college, I believe. I did go to college. I didn't graduate from there. Okay. Oh my god. I did it. I did it. I did it. and then, oh my god. Are my muscles showing? Does it look like I have extreme arm muscles? Thank god. I'm so freaking jacked. And this wasn't painful or tiring at all. I'm not catching my breath. Yay! 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 Now to get the plastic from out under. Oh! Yay! Yay! We did it. Oh, yay. Okay. Hold up a second. Okay. And then I can just put the box back? Question mark? For now. Oh. And look. Oh man. Lea esto. What does that mean? Lea esto omen. Okay. Okay. Give me a moment. That was really exhausting. Can you fit in the box? I don't think so. Can I? Wait, hold on. I gotta... Oh, I want to move this away. Well, no, I think I can. Why do I feel comfortable in this though? Am I a cat? This actually feels kind of nice. I kind of get it now. Like no wonder cats like it when they're inside a container like that. Okay. Oh, that was scratchy. Okay, but let's show the best part, it turning on. If I put it into an extension cord for a little bit, it won't kill it, right? Or will it? Any knowers? I'm not familiar with the brand Omen. Well, you're missing out. Because legitimately, I've had like pre-builts in the past. And they needed like a lot of like fine tuning outside of the box. But Omen, whenever I get an Omen PC or an Omen laptop, it just like runs like from the get-go, which is what you want when you get a pre-built, you know. She got that Asian auntie jewelry. Okay. Omen is HP. No, I think they're partners. I think they're sister companies. Omen is HP. Yeah, I don't know. But this one that they gave me, they were like, this is a Omen PC. So I was like, okay, Omen Max 45L. Okay. Okay, so it has the one rear fan in the back. It has a GeForce RTX 5080. It's gonna have like 3 fans in front. Are we ready? Can't tell whether it's on or not. Ooh! Look at that! It's so colorful! Do you see it? Should I bring it over a little bit? Oh, I don't know whether I can do that. But doesn't it look nice? Doesn't it look cute? Yeah. Very pretty colors. So pretty. Wow. Oh my god, wait. It's so quiet. Like, I know it's not attached to anything, so maybe that's why too, but it's also like, without the air conditioning going on in my room, like, this is like silent. Wait, I want to show the front fans. Oh, my bad. My bad if that wrecks anything. Can you guys see the front fans? Isn't that cool? Isn't that pretty? Look at that. Look at that. It's actually huge compared to huge. Well, it's a huge PC, but in reality, it's not that big, you know, because I'm 6'9". Well, no. It is a huge PC because I'm 6'9". So then it's actually like 2/3, 2 feet 3 inches, you know? Yeah. Good afternoon, Dalmo. How is everybody? Okay, wait. How am I supposed to turn this off without like freaking it up? Do I just press the power button on top, or do I just turn it off from the back? No way, you are over 6'7". Yeah, I am. The frick? Just power it off on top, then the back. Okay. It's not turning off. Do I press it on again? Just wait. Hold it till it powers off. Oh, okay. Oh! Wait, I want to show you guys. Ow. It has one of those coolers with the like little icon on it. That's so cool. Do you see that? Isn't that cool? That's so sick. I wonder if I can customize it within the gaming hub. Hi, Super Q. What's up? Okay, do I hit this? Oh, it turned off. Yay. Okay. Okay. That wasn't a doozy. Now I'll switch at the back. Okay. Okay. Let me just get all this out the way for now. Goodbye, my box. You were really fun. Oh, I'm not strong enough for this. Wow. Okay. BRB. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay. 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 Ugh. Oh, the chair is so white, I would wreck that so fast. Yeah, I mean, I've wiped it down with like Clorox wipes before, and it's like been pretty good. Yo, thank you, Nico, for the reset for 73 months. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you, thank you. Why do you look so strong right now? Scared? Sorry, I'm just. My muscles are intimidating. I know. I apologize. But I can't help it. It's too hot to keep them covered at the moment. Hi, Udio. What's up? Okay. You have muscles to be an FPS gamer? I wish I actually had muscles. Please don't yell at us, Miss Huge. You are way too strong. Wait a minute. I didn't even yell. I haven't yelled a singular. Well, no. I was raising my voice, but only in excitement. Okay. But I would like to reiterate that the PC was given to me by Omen and HyperX in tandem. So thank you to Omen and HyperX. Hi, Azine. Bye, Janet. Sleep well. So thank you to Omen and HyperX for sending me the Omen Max 45L. There is a lot of like, I mean, I'm probably gonna set up the PC within like the next couple of days, like either tomorrow or the next day. And during those days, I'm probably gonna focus on like the frames and stuff, and show you guys how like it affects like my performance positively, most likely. I mean, I would be really surprised if I got less frames in game. Yo, thank you, Tradactyl Hawk, for the resub for 11 months. Welcome back to the universe, and thank you so much for the prime. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. But all industry standard parts are fully upgradable. There's the Omen Gaming Hub, which is the software that is inclusive to all Omen products, and it can show overclocking capabilities for the CPU, GPU, and memory. And there's also Omen AI FPS improvement. Yeah. So also, I know that this is Omen branded, but I think later on that it's going to be known as like HyperX Omen in tandem. So if you're interested later on in getting a PC yourself or a laptop from them, just keep that in mind because you might be confused to like look up like purely an Omen product and then it's showing up as HyperX Omen. But they are related slash they will assimilate, I think. Streaming PC and gaming PC combo. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that alone is good enough for like a singular tower. But I'm a bougie girly. So I like having two towers, two separate towers for streaming and gaming. Just so I have no one to blame but myself for my poor in-game performance whenever I'm streaming. Like sort of hard-hitting, ultra power-consuming games, if that makes sense. Was debating about getting a pre-built PC. Yeah. I mean, I frankly, Omen is one of the nicest pre-builts I've ever had, and like you can literally just take it out of the box. I know I struggled with the box, but that was on me. Unfortunately, I have to admit that was on me. But once you actually get the box open, and I'm sure once you like set it up, it's they run really silently. I think that's my favorite part about their pre-builds is like it's just like it barely makes any noise compared to the other PCs I have. And being able to keep like cool like that is really important to me, especially because I do run dual PC. So it actually gets dummy hot in my room when I have a streaming PC and a gaming PC running at the same time. So the fact that it stays silent and just runs really cool and well is very important to me. How many displays can it run? I mean the standard for however many 5080 GPU can run, but I have two monitors for my gaming PC and then one monitor for my streaming PC. That's how my setup works. I'll probably be able to show you guys in a future video, whether it be long form or short form about my setup if anybody is interested. Okay. But yeah, thank you once again to HyperX and Omen for sending me the Omen Max 45L. And I hope that if you guys are considering getting a pre-built PC, to consider Omen, because I highly recommend. And I can't wait to use my chonker of a baby, my child, my NASA PC, that I wholly deserve because I'm just the goat of FPS and I need that many frames to accommodate for my snappy aim and whatnot. Yeah, anyways. Sure, yeah, sure. Hey, play along. Play along for the bit. Okay. Hi, Poopy Panties, by the way. Hello, Lemmy. Okie dokie. Yes. Yippee. So true, Queen. Thank you. Okay. Now, do you guys want to do you guys wanna play Pokopia? Cause I haven't had my PC set up, so maybe we save Apex for tomorrow. No bad omen with an Omen gaming PC, or you can think about it this way: with an Omen gaming PC, you're the threat. You're the Omen, on the enemy team. Everybody's scared of you. You know. I did get a new PC. Hi now. What's up? I am doing better. Thank you, Vic. Yeah, you're the scary, big, bad, intimidating guy. And bad for baddie. Not like bad as in evil, you know? Okay. High control. Cause dude, I watched Julia a little bit the other day and I was like, she looks like she caught up to me in terms of the story. Am I so slow in Pokopia that my friend Julia, who just got her Switch 2, like in the last like 3 streams or something, like she's able to catch up to me? Are you saying if I get an Omen PC, even my family will be scared of me? Sold. Indeed. That might be the best thing. Yeah, I mean, wait, I don't even think she streamed that long though. Three hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. Okay, 14 total hours, right? But then when I look at my stats, it's like pretty much the same. I'm pretty sure. 6 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours. I played more than her. I played more than her, and she's like at my. She didn't have Vermilion City as her oh, she went to Rocky Ridges second. Oh, dude, but still, like I saw that and I was like, holy shit! Like, am I that slow? Hi, Spectre. I know it's been a minute. I was unwell, unfortunately. Okay, give me one moment. I gotta clear some notifs, and then we shall get on the Pokopia grind. Okay. Chud Maximus returns to their Pokopia empire. Are we a meritocracy? Are we a meritocracy, or is it? Are we communists? Or what is it? Am I a dictator? I'm just a dictator, right? What is the government structure that I'm following where I'm like, you must work in order to receive nice things? Hi, Benovu. Hi, non-creative. What's up? Yes. Well, that didn't answer the question. Capitalism? Oh, no. Oh, my God. Am I the orange guy? Dude, okay, I don't normally talk about political. Wait, let me lock in the change in title first. Okay, but the thing is, totalitarianism is more accurate here. Okay, can I just show you guys a crazy fucking clip? This was wild to see, also, by the way, given that it was literally the first thing I saw. One of the first things I saw in the morning. Yes, non-creative. Wait, don't spoil. Don't spoil. Wait, don't spoil. Don't spoil. Okay. Are we? Okay.
Of course, no, Japan and US are very good friends. But one question, why didn't you tell US allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay? Right? You know, he's asking me, no, you believe in surprise, I think much more so than us. And we had to surprise him, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out.
Dude, we are living in such a dystopic world. No, we are not living in a real. This is a simulation. This can't possibly be like actual America. No. Yeah. Hi, Bliss. By the way, how have you been? No, like this is actually. We're in an experiment or something. I refuse. Like,
the first 2 days.
What makes him think it's okay to say that? We surprised them real good is an insane statement. Okay, he could have just left it off as like, who knows better than big surprises than Japan, right? Because I think that implies it, but like it's like subtle enough where it's like, oh, ha ha ha, we can kind of like knock it off or like, you know, but the fact that he kept going.
Probably knocked out 50% of what we, and much more than we anticipated.
Yeah, I want to see her.
Because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor?
Her facial expression here is so fucking funny. Dude, like, I mean, he just the way he acts, like he acts as if like, I mean, I guess I kind of admire it in some way, and like he acts as if like there are no consequences, and he acts as if like he is 100% right, and like there's no need to step on anyone's toes because everybody should be bowing down to him. I feel like that's the way that he acts.
Okay?
Dude, she is like, yeah, we definitely did not confer on this. He definitely did not make this comment to me in private prior to this very public international interview. It's just so crazy. It's just so crazy, bro. She did not need it. I mean, I feel like she must understand to like a certain degree English, no? That was crazy. That was insane. Dude, imagine being like the person who has to translate that into her earpiece. Ano, mm, it's like Trump-san ga ano, eto. How do you say Pearl Harbor in Japanese? Oh, I don't freaking know, bro. That's crazy though. Okay, give me a moment. Let me set up my Switch. We're living in like a crazy timeline though, I must say. Hi Sejong Simp, what's up? But I hope you're doing well, Bliss. I haven't seen you in a bit. I know that you kind of went offline a little, but I hope that life has been treating you well, m'lady. She probably understood Pearl Harbor and was just wondering why he was bringing it up. Maybe so. Okay, let's see now. Could I get a category change, please? Okay. Let me know if the... Can you guys hear? Ah! The return of Chud Maximus. Okay. Okay. I think I gotta change. My settings? Question mark. My audio settings. Okay. Did you see that they're having a Pokemon XD, like Gales of Darkness as well? Ain't that crazy? On the Switch? That's heckin' cool. Sorry, my controller has to connect. Yeah, Leaf Green and Fire Red is also on the Switch 2 shop. I think it might also be on the Switch shop, but I'm not entirely certain. Yeah, I remember the Pearl Harbor episode where it's like fish uh fish and whale, dolphin and whale. And then they're like, actually, cow and chicken. What if the next game was called Pokemon 6 and 7? But we're on Gen 10. Would that make sense? Oh my god, it's daytime! It's like actually truly daytime. I've never played this early in Pokopia. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. You have to go back to work. Bye, Munch. Thanks so much for stopping by. Okay, let me know whether the is the audio doubled for you guys? Or is it too loud? Audio is good. Okie dokie. But of course it's raining. I mean, that's pretty good for this area, no? Ooh, wire? Do we need this? I mean, we have a lot of money. Hello, Big Hat Logan. What's up? Wait, I see sprinklers. We definitely need that. Sprinkler recipe. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, this is so bis. Bye, Kev. Thanks for lurking. The audio is low, but you run your audio on the low side? Okay, okay. I'm confused. It keeps telling me to meet somebody at the Pokemon Center. And I'm just like, I'm pretty sure I've seen everyone. I guess, oh, it's just Hoppip. Okay. Do we have a vending machine here? I think that's why I came to this place, because I was like, maybe there is gonna be a vending machine. Dude, but I've been playing a little bit of, because you know how I was like out of commission? So I played a little bit of Dragon Quest XI, I think is what it is, on my Steam Deck. So I'm a little bit unused to the Switch controls right now. Thank you, Non-Creative, for gifting a sub. If you received a sub from Non-Creative, please thank him for his generosity. Dude, I've been seeing so many really funny Twitter memes. And it's so true. I punch a hole in the ground and everybody's like, wow, good job, Chud. And it's like, that one Homelander gif, do you know what I'm talking about? Where he's like, wow, they're loving me. I never played Dragon Quest Builders. I have not been. Why? Is there something up in the Street Fighter world? Like, I get praised for doing jack shit in this game. Wait, let me feed you, little Goomy. Dude, everybody's out in the open, so when it's raining, I feel extra bad about me not placing any infrastructure except for like a couple of people. But then at the same time, I'm just so lazy. New DLC character is married to his cousin who is also, huh? Huh? Oh, wait, I think I did see. Okay. You know why I kind of like heard about that? Is because they were like, Capcom is not gonna make Leon like be married to someone that was basically like his daughter, his like adoptive daughter. And they were talking about Sherry because you know how like in the walking away at the end scene of the good ending, Leon is shown to like take off his glove and then put his wedding ring back on, or like a band back on. And then so people are like debating like who he could be possibly like engaged to or married to. And then there's a lot of people saying like, yeah, you're crazy if you think it's Sherry, because I guess Sherry is like more of a Oh wow, thank you so much for the seeds. I do appreciate that. But that means I have to go plant some more, and that means more work. And so really frick you at the end of the day. Yeah, but then because of that Capcom news, that person went back to their original post, and then I was like, I stand corrected. Maybe I was wrong. Cause they were like, I guess I can't really know what Capcom wants us to do. And I was like, oh. Bean. Placing water basin. Filling up water basin. Yeah, but I hope everybody's been well while I was gone. I know it was like kind of sudden, and I really didn't say much outside of, guys, I'm fucking vomiting everything and I can't keep foods down and I'm really sad. So I hope I didn't alarm anybody in Discord too much at the very least. Classic Chud Maximus. Silly me. There I go again. Yeah, it was a little difficult, but I'm back. And it just makes me more grateful for the fact that I can stream again. Cause I was not well. I was like, I don't know whether I could see the light at the end of the tunnel. Dude, I'm low-key pincer coded because in the show, Pincer's like super in love with Heracross. And Heracross is a oblivious idiot. Hi, Hawk Killer. My day's okay. Hope your day is good. Okay, should I make... Honestly, I could just... make the squares around here. Because it's always going to get watered, right? Even if it's not pretty. Thank you, Karen, for the sub. Please make sure to share your Twitch notif so I can more properly... Ah! Thank you. I almost drowned there. I almost lost my little itty bitty life. That would have been scary. Get your camera. Wait, this is just like the show. Oh wait, no, they're fighting. What the helly? Hey, Pincer, is it my imagination or do your horns somehow look more pathetic than usual? Humph, big talk for someone who's only got one horn hair across and a sorry excuse for one at that. What do you say? I picked up a graveler with this horn before and flipped them right over. I saved them after they'd gotten stuck upside down and couldn't move. That ain't nothing to boast about. Why, I once saw me a graveler rolling out of control down a mountain. I stopped them dead in their tracks with these horns of mine. Sure did. Don't you know when to admit you're beat? I could say the same of you, I tell you what. Talking to you is a waste of time. I'm going home. I'm just glad Ditto made us separate homes. Darn right, that way we don't get into these ridiculous squabbles every dang day. You know what, I'm going home too. Wait, that's so sad. They were in love in the show! What happened? What happened? Yo, thank you, Mr. Bird, for the reset for 20 months. Welcome back to the YouTubers. Thank you. Oh, not by bugs. Not by beetles. Yo, thank you, Nightfire, for the 100 stream streak. I did finish RE9. I did. Why can't they just get along? So sad. Doomed Yowie? No! Oh, but you might be right. It just might be. Oh. They're still following each other around, though. This is a crazy part. They're literally doing Ring Around the Rosie. Okay. Hi, Neotech. What's up? I'm gonna just place this here. And then I'm going to appraise relics. Oh, I have 5 relics. Pretend to hate but actually love each other. Enemies to lovers then. Pikachu Sofa! Oh, that's sick as frick. Violet meteor lamp. Yes, please. There's more. One more. One more. This last one, please. What do you do with Stardust in this game? Let me out! Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna put this back. Deoxys or Jirachi? I don't know. Probably Jirachi. Thank you, Batminio, for the sub. Welcome to the universe. Thank you, thank you. I'm trying to find the relics that I don't think are cute, and so I can give it to Gimme Ghoul. Okay. Why does Deoxys have, like, his 3 forms again? Hi, Chingu. What's up? Are any of you knowers? Okay, let me make sure they have enough food around. Ooh. Ooh, this is for Cricket Tot. Sport mode, eco mode, neutral. Ain't that for cars? Wait a minute. Oh, these are where the vending machines are. Wait, we actually have wind. So if I... So I can light this area up, maybe? Oh wait, we also have a water wheel. Hold up. We have 2 water wheels! How do I get the water flowing? Question mark. Much to think about. Mutated space virus? Yeah, that's some crazy lore. Wait, we can cut these. Oh my god. New area. Oh. Oh, what are these? Is this gold? Gold wall! Wow. I'm gonna put it back though. But that's very cool. Ooh. Team R Grunts Journal number 8. Account suspended due to policy violations. The owner of this account was found to belong to the criminal organization calling themselves Team R, which has been causing trouble across the region. The entire organization, including its boss, has been apprehended by the international police. We hope that this news will allow our users to continue using our platform with a peace of mind. Dang. Oh. I'm ditto. Hackers Confessions number 3. If a disaster of that scale had really happened, surely it would have received both local and global attention. With that thought, I remember the foundation active in that region. They were known for their passion for Pokemon conservation efforts. I had even donated to them. I thought that an organization of that scale might be able to influence media so that no news of the disaster leaked outside the region. Oh, whoa. He hacked too much and got caught. Oh. Hi, Onyx. What's up? Is this supposed to be... Oh, this is where the Unona, right? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. No, I want you to go back there. Sorry. That was unintentional. I don't think this is it. But I'm just gonna leave these here for now. Oh, I'm supposed to put it like a puzzle. Oh, oh, that's cute. That's pretty neat. If you look behind the tablet, it shows you where it goes. Oh. Hold up now. Oh. Yippee! Hi, Delude. What's up? Yay. The blocks have unknown symbols on the back, yeah. Okay, we outie. Okay, so I think this is where we've come from before, maybe? I don't know, I'm getting kind of lost. Ooh! Okay, that's nice. Pokemetal ingots. Hi, Santo. Yeah, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Nah, you're allowed to wear it out. Okay, I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be like a block or something that we can break. Or maybe I just suck up some water? Is that what I do? I just suck up some water? And make a waterfall? But we remember my last waterfall attempt? So I'm a little scared. Okay, let's at least try out the wind. The wind thingy. Where's my crafting table? Oh, it's over there. Lol. Okay. Oh, I don't have any iron ore? Frick. Okay, let us... Also, I think I was supposed to try to bring Graveler. Do you guys remember how I do that? Bark, bark, bark. What is Graveler's habitat? Might be this? Yeah, it's just, I mean, I really don't play... I rarely play games off stream, so... My bad. I forgot. Wait, Combuskin. This is so cute, is it not? Combuskin wants to sing. Wow, a little guy. Oh my god, it's so little. Sure thing, little buddy. Hi, Clapchamp. What song he's singing? I don't know, honestly. It's probably Adele. Okay, let's see. This pass. Oh! Oh, Blaziken! Oh, heck yeah. Hello. Oh my god. He just... Why'd he do that? Why'd he try killing me? That was weird. Hi, Fubzles. Hot Spring Spout. Yippee. Wait, I didn't know how to make that before. It's too... It's too up there, bro. How did they expect me to get that? The frick? Ah, whatever. Whatevers. Making you work because I don't like you. Making you work because you have the specialty. Making you work because you have the specialty. Making you work because you don't seem to have any other use than to just do manual labor. Next, gonna go around choosing my next 3 victims. Making you work because you don't have hands. Making you work because you're conveniently here. Making you work because you also don't have hands. What kind of monster are you? Where's Lotad? Oh my god, Lotad is so slow. Oh my god, they're so slow. Wait, this is almost as slow as Slowpoke. Hi, Metal Elf. What's up? Okie dokie. And then let me collect my crops. What's up? Thanks for always being so nice. Spending time with you makes me happy. Wow. 3 stone. Thanks. So ungrateful. When Pokemon have the ability to give you Poke Metal ingots, why would I say anything aside from thanks for that, huh? At least they're contributing to society by making my crops grow. Like, I appreciate Dartrix for that. Am I appreciative of the 3 rocks that I could have picked up myself? Let's think a little here. Wow, big house. I'm telling you, this is not... You think this is all just fun and games? No. You must contribute. If I don't find your contributions valuable to the Empire, I will cut you. You will not have a place here. Unless you're like really, really cute. Then you might be forgiven. But that's very rare. Oh, there's a lot of sparkles. Do the sparkles accumulate if you haven't been logging in daily, or is it just like chance? Watching how you treat Pokemon is gonna be how I turn to the hate watch side. Wait a minute. As if you weren't already. And this is just your excuse. Where's the soil? There we go. Oh. There's more. Ah. I need more iron ore. Do I have to go into the mines? Wow, they're all so cute, enjoying themselves. That's real cute. How do I have to make a salad for that? To cut through? I don't even like salads that much. Oh, you are so cute. What do you guys do for the empowered food stuff? Do you just like always carry empowered food on you? Or do you only make it when you have to? Make it in bulk and carry it? Oh, I should have done that. What's up? Okay, so I've made like 3 foods so far. What is it again? I know how to make hamburger steak. Salad. And there's something else. I think, but I'm forgetting. Wait, is music mat? I think they just give me music mat, right? This isn't a relic. Okay. Bread. Dude, I never made my secret base. I must be a chud because I literally never made my secret base nice. Oops. I definitely don't want 55 of that. Yeah, but like, even when I was younger, was I a chud? Have I just always been a chud? Hi, Tom. What's up? That's kind of sad. Yeah, but I've never cared for like the decoration aspects of most games. Interesting to think about. That's the most PR answer, diplomatic answer. You are neither confirming nor denying. What does chud mean? It just usually means just like a loser, bro. Can I not give him music? That's why I collected all these CDs for. Chuds are pretty funny. Yeah, but they're they're not like... You're not laughing. Oh, thank you, Lexa, for the raid. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Lexa. Welcome. I hope you guys had a good stream. Oh, you were also playing Pokopia. Are you very far into the game? Welcome, raiders. But when you say chuds are pretty funny, like... You're not laughing with the chud, you're laughing at the chud. Okay, but if I have no stamina and then I take food, does it replenish all my base stamina and it powers up? Yes, cool. Okay, then I'm just gonna clear all this volcanic ash first. Jaw fossil. Filling up a Prius gas tank with premium gas? What does that mean? You gotta explain the car metaphors, analogies to me. Is it like redundant or does it make it not work? Thank you, Lost This Noodle, for the sub. Welcome to the universe. Hope you enjoy your Ditto badge. Slurp. Yummy, yummy. There's so much volcanic ash. I know I was like, I want to reduce my rock smash stamina first before eating the hamburger, but this is kind of tedious, I ain't gonna lie. I think I should have started from the top because it's getting hard to like... you want me to... Get grooving. Let's vibe, yo. I can make ash into glass. Oh yeah. Through the furnace? 34? Those flat disc thingies, I ask as if I don't know what CDs are because I'm an old guy. Let's talk about CDs, yo. Oh, wow. So I have to choose, like, the ones I like the most? You're probably gonna wait for Pokemon Wind and Waves for Switch 2 to buy in? Sounds good. Hi, Jakuso. What's up? Okay. Thank you, Stun and Lasers, for the sub. Welcome to the universe and enjoy your Ditto badge. Awesome, yo! Oh, thank you, Not Really Devin, for the sub as well. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the universe and enjoy your Ditto badge. How come he can't hold more than that door? That's the real question. Dude, this rolling coolie is so cute. It's so small. I like literally never had an opinion on roly colies before, but that is so stinking cute. Hello. Ludicolo? I don't have a Ludicolo. How do I get a Ludicolo? Uplifting duckweed? How do I get duckweed? How do I get duckweed? I'll bring some over. Thank you, Nero, for the sub. Please make sure to share your Twitch notice so I can more properly thank you. Look at this. I praise this. Leafage in the water? Oh. Do I want to display gold teeth? Wait. So what does he want me to do? I guess he does want me to display. I don't know if I like that. Can I retract this gold teeth? It's kind of gross. Ooh, horsey fountain. Okay, that should be much better, right? Oh, or a rowlet clock. All of these are way better than the gold teeth, by the way. Yeah, even the black glasses are better than the gold teeth. Yo, thank you, Grandma's Choice, for the resub for dang, almost 2 years. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you, thank you. Nope. Okay, let's set up. Maybe I can make a little water thingy? Question mark? Okay, let's not get too overly ambitious first. Let's just set up first. And then... Yay! Mayhaps this is a little too low. Nice. This could be a problem. What should I make? Party platter. Okie dokie. Can I make up on my own recipes? Like if I put lepa berry on like the cutting board, is that gonna do anything or nah? Wait, that's cute. This is cute. No! I wanted to listen. No! They were they were talking and I wanted to listen in and then I interrupted. I'm so sad. Fuck me. Why am I such a chud? I'm such a fucking awful person. What the fuck? Man. Yeah, Torchic is on the other place though. Okay, leafage. Why is there a bug? Why is there a bug? Okay. Hopefully that helps. Did I get said bug? Hopefully. Okay, I'm gonna deposit some of the relics at Gimme Goals, and then I shall go find iron ore. Because I need more of that to make the utility poles and stuff. Okay. Eat hamburger. Eat hamburger. Eat hamburger. Hi, Patoila. What's up? Do you guys prefer, like, having more music? Or is it fine if we just listen to the in-game music? This game is kind of like Pokemon, but Animal Crossing, but also Dragon Quest Builders, but also like Minecraft. It's a very good game. I think you would enjoy this if you like Pokemon, just because it's really cute seeing all your favorite Pokemon together. Another PR answer, Delude. They do have Smeargle. Smeargle is like canonical to is part of the story. Oh. Yeah, I can show Smeargle to you really quickly if you want. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Wow, it's a mixed salad with eggs and sausage and grapes and pickles. Kind of weird, but it sounds good. Yeah. Okay. I cry. I'll let her know you said hi. I only sometimes let my mom know when you guys are saying hi. If it seems like you have nefarious intentions towards my mom, I don't let her know you said hi. Like when my dude Isaac says hi, Eugen's mom, with a smile, I'm like, nah. You're Dovlo? Why did you change your name? Why did you change your name and not tell me? Huh? From the rip. You think I would know? But also, hi, Dovlo. Now that makes sense. You still have the same purple name. Sorry, you're a lurker. It's okay. I'm not actually mad. No, it does matter. I remember your name. And I remember that your username was purple. Sometimes I, what is it called though? Weinstein bears myself. With your names and your colors though. I'm like, haven't you always been this color? No? Okay, fuck me, I guess. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you Smeargle. Remember when you were orange? Yeah, that was weird as frick. Unless you're lying to me and you were never orange and you're just gonna catch me in that aha gotcha moment. There might be Oshawott in this game because there's like probably at least 2 more regions in addition to the ones that we've unlocked. What is wrong with an orange? It's just that if you were not orange, like if you weren't orange long term, I think it's weird. Whoa, we got a bunch of new additions. Oh yeah, Skip Loom and Jump Luff. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. Yay. I have them all now, I think. What's up, Zork? I don't have them, but thank you. Oh, in the trash? Oh, Garbodor! I don't like Garbodor as much as Trubbish, but I guess like I don't mind Garbodor as much as I used to before. I used to think, I mean, I still think Garbodor is kind of fugly. Yeah, Trubbish is way cuter. Okay, let's not get distracted. I need to check the vending machines. And I also need to show Smeargle. Let me hit this rock first, though. Dude, I need to get like hot water from this freaking vending machine to continue on with the Piplup quest. But I am not getting lucky. Look, Smeargle. Can you paint this wire for me? You can paint it blue. Sure, why not? Oops. What do you need again? Okay, I'm gonna take this. Paint this. And I have red paint. Well, it comes out kind of pink. That's kind of cute. Okay. And then I'm gonna give your stool back. That glimmer in your eye. Not really. Okay. Cool. I didn't really want to be their disciple, but that's cool. Maybe. Okay, I need to bring over a pomo or a pomot, cause here. I need that second vending machine to turn on. Hey, guy. You want a toy? Too bad. You can have some food, though. Chili sauce! This music is so calming. Yeah, okay. You can leave me alone now. Man, chili sauce. I don't think that's what we need. Is that what we need? Gotta go ask Piplup. Okay. Is Piplup here? Piplup. Piplup. Where is that guy off to, huh? Where is that slacker off to? Okay, let me just harvest plants first before I get too angry. Use your honey at Piplup's house. Will it bring Piplup over? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. How do I use it? Just eat it? Oh. And then are they like, hey, why didn't you give me that? Why didn't you share? Blech. Hi, Torchic. No. Oh, it was Torchic that wanted the hot spring. I mean, I can bring the 2 vending machines over from the wastelands. Yeah, this game is really, really cute. Okay, I'm gonna go towards Rocky Ridges. Because that's where the main story that we need to follow right now is there. Wow, was that English? I don't think it was. TLDR, you're a ditto, but you transform into a human because I guess you really liked your trainer. And you woke up and there was no other Pokemon. And then you met Tangrowth, Professor Tangrowth, who almost also really resembles like their owner, who was probably a professor. And then you create habitats to recall Pokemon. And everyone's like, where did the humans go? And I guess the ultimate goal is to find out where the humans went. But for each like area, you have like a certain quest to fulfill to make it like habitable. So right now in this Rocky Ridges, they want to throw a party. So that's the goal. There's no way you buy a Switch 2 just for Pokopia. Yeah, but there's a lot of Switch 2. Like you can swap, port over your Switch 1 games, and it looks really good on Switch 2. I understand if you don't want to, or like you feel that it's still not worth it, but oops, didn't mean to do that. But I think also, like, if you consider that the Switch has almost been out for like Switch 1 has almost been out for like a decade. Like, it's kind of understandable that like Nintendo is releasing the Switch 2 and trying to like get people to upgrade. Oh, sorry, Roly Poly, I didn't mean to push you like that. What I need to do? Oh, I mean like I am slightly flattered if you are buying things or getting influenced because of me, but also like don't make irresponsible financial decisions and then be like, you didn't maybe do it, and then I'll be like, oh fuck. But if I do ever influence you into like buying something or trying something out, by all means, like, yeah, let it be known to the companies because that makes me look really good. But even if you don't, I'm always really thankful in touch when people are like, oh, I played this game because of you, or I really enjoyed watching you play it so much that I decided to get it myself. And then I'm like, wow, does that make me an influencer? You guys can leave if you want. I understand after that. That was painful. Is that a Chud accent? I thought Chud accents were like Sorry, I'm not. I don't think I'm doing a Chud accent well yet. Yeah, like Deku. How much iron ore do I have right now? 38. 38. That's a lot more gold ore than I was anticipating. I keep buying Switch 2s because of you, Yujin. Please stop. I cannot afford my rent. I sleep in an igloo made of Switch 2s. Oh, oh no. I didn't tell you to get that many Switch 2s. Maybe just one Switch 2. No, no, I don't think I don't think you can say that because it's not true. It's not from the heart. In what world would I recommend a bike? Do I look like a bike type of gal? Do I look like I go biking? I know that like maybe my muscular arms that I'm showing off right now might exude the aura that I probably like am really athletic and super buff and outdoorsies, but in reality I don't do those things. So oh, there's one more, but I'm too lazy to go grab that. Ow. Obama slow jams on the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. What? What is that? 2026 Kawasaki Ninja ZX6R. Is that a bike? That sounds sick as frick though, I will say. What a cool name for a bike. Hi Ty Blue. What's good? I brought you something cool. A lost relic. Big nugget. Yes, please. All they give me is rocks! The same type of rocks, too. Am I being scammed? This is the same rock. I have this rock already. Give me something new. I feel like I'm being scammed. Are you supposed to give all the relics to the gimme goal? Like, are they at least gonna set it up like a museum or what? Hi, Octave Bids. What's up? Welcome back, Munch. You just give him feathers? You don't give him the relics? Dude, even when I give him the feathers, I'm pissed off. Okay. Might have to take an eating break soon, you guys, because I'm neglecting this salad. Well, the good thing about salad is... Well, no, I guess it does get soggy. I think that would be assault, and I don't think Nintendo would allow for the depiction of a ditto assaulting a gimme ghoul. Okay, I like the cute dresser. That was actually cute. Okay, I don't think I have any more feathers. Oh wait, I have one silver feather, one rainbow feather. They keep giving me the same type of music mats. If I could step on a gimme ghoul, I would. Okay, I think it's cool enough to turn off the aircon. What if you give the rock back to the Pokemon? They only accept certain types of things. Is it still 90 Fahrenheit in LA? I want to fart and nap. Well, why can't you just fart and nap in general? Why does it have to be not 90 degrees? This guy's scamming me. I've already gotten a smooth rock from him before. Uh-oh, I already gave him the big nugget. Uh-oh. Huh. I guess he can never have a home now. Because I don't know when I'm gonna get a big nugget again. It doesn't have to be a big nugget? What is it then? Just a large relic? Oh, okay. You're kind of an encyclopedia, huh, Jojo? For this game, at the least. Do I have any more? Okay, maybe this. Yeah, but even though you finished the game, like, it's still... I think it's still impressive. Okay. 3 post. Make post. Hi, Toao. What's up? Because even when I finish games, I'm not able to remember all that sometimes. Post. Post, post, post. 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 Yay. I did it. I was helpful. Okay, now he's kind of giving me some good stuff. I wish you could just give them items like all at once. But yeah, it's still 90 degrees. I don't think it's gonna be lower than 90 degrees during the day until next week. Okay, only 2 more. Hi Goosey, what's up? It's so hot for what? Well, I mean, technically tomorrow is the first day of spring. So maybe that's why. I think the groundhog should have just predicted no spring at all. So it would have stayed warm forever. Do, do, re, da, 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 da. Okay, ready, guys? La 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 la. How was that? You think I could get a record deal off of that? Wait, Applin Cheer! Wait, this is super cute. Voice of an angel? Okay. Okay, buddy. Make an album, please. Oh. Okay, I know that you're missing Kepler and all, but I don't think me making an album is the answer. Sorry, was that too low of a blow? It wasn't even meant to be low of a blow. It was like, Yvonne, please snap out of your delusions. They are coming back, yeah. I mean, they're for sure coming back. It's just with less members, right? Okay. Putting all my rocks away. It's full? Oh, quick. Blech. Okay, let me put the sprinklers away. Yay. Okay. What are some of the things that we can do here? Mossy boulder habitat. Habitat decks. How do I do this? Do I just leafage inside the... next to a boulder? The boulder gotta be mossy already. Oh. Okay. Nice. Wow. Everybody's looking at my handiwork. Wow. This game is really good for like people who seek endless validation. Like me. That was really nice. I like that. Okay, let's see what their looted colos here. Hello. Oh, big dog! Oh, wow, look at him. Hey, can you come with me, sir? Follow me. You got some short legs? You talking about me? I think I'm perfect size. Okay, nice. So I guess I just have to do the party platter thing. There is multiplayer. I don't know whether it has to be local or you can do it on the online plan. But it's like can be up to 4 people, I think. Yeah, I would say so. I think people compare it to Dragon Quest Builders a lot, but I've never played that game, so I wouldn't know if that is an accurate comparison. But I don't think it's inaccurate. Okay, what should I be doing here? I should probably collect my ingots. Thank you, Sparty Boy, for the resub for 2 months. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Ah, yes. Oh, ho ho ho. My freaking ingots. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. How about some guild, buddy? Hmm? Chop chop Magmar. Oh, wait. Let me give you some food. It's for you. Wow, Magmar can also paint. This guy's so useful. Or make paint. Wait, I like Magmar. You can run the furnace. You can crush up some berries for some paint. When I base how much I like a Pokemon on how useful it is to me and the Pokopia society. Okay. Nice. I might need to make another storage box. Okay. Okay, I think this should be good for now. And then I want to... Well, do you think Graveler is ready by now? Who's there? It's Graveler. It's gotta be Graveler. Heck yeah! The boulders here are really cold and crunchy. Rocks eat rocks? Huh. That's very interesting. You've got a bad feeling? Wait, why? Machoke needs you. I'm not real big on training that way. It tickles, you know. Maybe you could transform into me and then, you know, go hang with Machoke. I bet they wouldn't even notice. We're participating in Subterfuge? Oh my god. Wait, isn't this kind of fucked up? Dude, everyone's gathered around me. I feel like a star, a superstar. Really? I can break things with rollout. I think Machoke might be busy though. Uh, Never mind. Yeah, I don't think we can. We cannot do this until tomorrow. Well, I sure timed that right. All good though. Okay. Let's go back to the. No. We go back to the wasteland, and then I have to tackle the vending machines again. I'm trying to be in the process of eating at the moment. Oh yeah, guys. Wow. Liverpool sure smashed that. Oh, thank you, oh Lord, for the sub. Welcome to the huge first. Thank you. Enjoy your Ditto badge. Yeah, but I was gonna say Liverpool sure smashed the opposing team yesterday 4-0. Some beautiful goals. Vince's Mo Salah performance despite the penalty miss. Okay. Thank you. It's not even forced. I'm just bad at. I'm just reading it word for word though. There's a salad, a mixed salad. I don't really frick with sweet pickles. I love me some like sour and salty pickles. Five leaves. Leaves are pretty hype actually. Because leaves can turn into salad. How do I fix this? Wait, how do I get the electric wire to... Do I just smash this? I guess so. I guess it can't be saved. What is in the way of the electric wire? Do I have to have another... This lamp is broken? Yeah, but I don't know why I can't connect the utility pole to this, to this, to this. Is it because it's not on the same ground? Like it all has to be on the same flat ground? Yeah, but I don't have that street light anymore. So I'm confused. Oh, okay, now it works. What the frick? I'm gonna lose it. Dude. That's crazy. Okay, how do I make waterfall? Without freaking up this time. Well, do I break this part? Cause shouldn't it have nothing underneath it? Blech. Can I pick this up? Okay, no. Okay, I think that'll be fine. So I have to make like a little pool, right? From the top? Okay, maybe... Dude, I didn't go to school for this. I'm not an engineer. Heck, I'm not even a beaver. I feel like beavers would... After watching Hoppers, I believe beavers could do anything. Hi, Cougar Life. What's up? I'm doing alright. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, D, for gifting a sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your Ditto badge. Okay. Is it the bread that is gonna make me spit up more water? No, that was a cut. Frick. What empowers my water gun? Or I'm just supposed to suck up water? Water bottle? Oh, yeah, I can inhale this. Oh. Yeah, but I'm a little bit too far away from water, so... Spit out. It's kind of doing it. It's like definitely not the best. Hold up a second. Oops. Yeah, I mean, slight miscalculation, but honestly better than it could have been. Okay, let me see how to fix this, though. Ugh! Maybe it should have been more narrow. Okay. Okay. Whoa. 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 Okay. Not only did that not do what I thought it would, I also drowned. Thank you, Airy Summer, for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you had a good stream. Hi, Kakashi, by the way. What's up? Hope you had a very good stream. Welcome to this. Welcome to the universe, is what I call me and my community. Science and technology. Oh my god, we got a STEM girly? Question mark? Trash Panda. That's cool. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Okay, hold on a second. I'm struggling because I'm not a STEM girly and I don't really know how to do this. Oh yes, happy International Women's Month. Women's History Month. Oh! Oh, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Does that help a little bit? Does it? A little lost I am. And I'm gonna not be able to breathe soon. I know this isn't a scary game. You know what's scary though? The water. The water not acting like it's like how I want it to, because I'm too dumb to figure out how a waterfall behaves in not real life. Blech. I mean, I could technically leave it like this and it's like good enough, right? I don't know, there's just something really off about it though. Also, like, is this supposed to not be soil? What is supposed to be inside of here? Or am I supposed to like terraform a bunch of crops here? Ah, so much to do and so confused I am. So little do I know. Is there a way to buy a vending machine? Or craft one? I really want to craft one. No, I gave up on the waterfall. Yeah, I don't think I can craft a vending machine yet. And even if I could, I guess... Wait, do I not have iron ingot on me? Yeah, I thought I stole all the vending machines, but I don't know where they are. Because the two from here, it says like I gotta wait for restock from tomorrow, so that kind of sucks. Maybe I just do a dream island. I think we still have substitute doll that we haven't checked out yet. But let me go see where my iron ingots are. Because I know I have some. Have a good walk, Miss Nikki. But yeah, guys. A Tekken Science streamer sounds really cool, so please make sure to check out Miss Airy Summer if you're interested in their kind of content. I'll be sure to check out myself when I have free time. And thank you once again for the raid. Guys, where are my ingots? Where are my ingots? Oh, there are my ingots. Okay. So we have to make 3 of these. Ooh, big bird. We can place salad. Oh, what the? Place bread. Place hamburger steak. How many were we set? Was it 3 or 5? It might have been 5 actually, right? What'd you need again? 5? Okay. Do we know any other recipes? Should I experiment? Fresh water. And then what? Bean? Oh, simple soup. I wonder what that does. Soup in this heat? Well, in this game, heat's not... Well, no, that's not true. But I'm sure Californian heat doesn't apply. Let's place shredded salad. And we place simple soup. Yay. Uh... What's the mood? How's the mood right now? $87? That's not that bad. Ah, man, I guess I have to put down more relics or something. Gonna be lurkies. Please have a lovely rest of your stream. Thank you, thank you. Have a lovely rest of your day. Work time for you. Have a good rest of your day, rest of your shift, Ram Bam. Okay, I need... I don't need this. Hi, Otterman. What's up? Where did I put the... I think I must have been at one of the other places. Maybe the Withered Wasteland? Animal Crossing, Minecraft, Dragon Quest Builders. Very we got one of these, and then we got one of these. Surely that's good enough, right? Okay, give me one moment. Okay. Hi, newbie. What's up? Okay. How do I light this up? Does it have to be with electricity? $92? Oh my god, I think we have to add more relics then. But I gave most of my relics to Gimme Goal! Frick! GG. I actually do feel stun locked right now in this game. Like, because the Pokemon Center is not going to be finished until the next day. I need more relics. Oh wait, I can take this. I'm gonna feel really bad about it. Okay, I don't feel bad because they didn't notice. Okay, how about now? $95? Should we just make 2 more platters? Maybe that would help, just more food. Hi, Red Miss Kite. What's up? Man, I think we could also make party bunting, but am I that extra? How's Pokopia? It's pretty good. Okay, I should have made 3 more. Salad. You have sad news? Wait, why sad? That's no bueno. More bread. Your dad is in the hospital? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he feels better soon. How are you doing? $99? Ah, you've got to be shitting me. Yeah. That sounds scary. I hope you are taking care of yourself as well as looking after your dad. Maybe I make one more soup. I wonder what the soup does. Does it empower me? Empower my water? No, it might just not go up with this. Like, they might want me to do something else. Thank you, Tilgen, for the sub. Welcome to the universe, thank you. What's in the charcuterie spread? Lots of salad, 2 soups, 1 hamburger steak, 1 bread, something like that. What's the dish? You are most welcome. Thank you, and enjoy your Ditto badge. That's kind of rude, Tangrowth. Yeah, I mean, the ingredients have been ready for a while. You help out too. Dude, only Tangrowth is such a chud and he won't actually help participate. Hi, Clefairy. Can you please help? And Cleffa, can you help too, little ones? Thank you. I need 1 more. Torkoal, can you help? Thank you. Dude, you can clearly see which Pokemon I favor. It's kind of embarrassing. Because I'm like, can you help? Can you please take the time? And then when they're slow or useless as fuck, I'm like, hey! Hey! Get over here! Okay. "4:53 p.m. Oh, that's pretty soon. 7 minutes. Well, it's not my fault. I'm a multitasker. I gotta set down the substitute doll. They surely get a break for the party. I wanna go to Dream Island. Is substitute doll like random Dream Island? Like you don't know for sure what you're getting? Your good news is that you finally have a job? Yippee! Let's freaking go. A lot of you guys, are getting jobs lately. Very nice. Proud of everyone. Is that a bookstore? Wow, that sounds like a cool job. Sorry for the calves. No, it's all good. Your second week at Target? Ooh, how are you enjoying that? Do you get a lot of people at Target that are like only there for like Pokemon cards? You're like Pokemon. Okay, so this is my chud voice. Pokemon cards? Did you restock with the Pokemon cards? But Loki, that'd be me too if I went into a Target. It'd just be me going like, hey, so do you guys happen to have Pokemon cards? Oh, okay. Yeah, Target has some K-pop exclusives, I think. Like album exclusives with their own like set of photo cards or whatever. You've only seen old people ask about trading cards. Maybe it's for like, hopefully it's for like their grandkids. I think sometimes it's like because they're scalpers though. Unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I don't think your cousin should have been doing that. But like, I respect the hustle. Okay, we must hurry, because the curry will be ready soon. $10,000 steps within a... Ooh! It's very rare for me to hit 10,000 steps these days. We can tell, Grandma. No, you can't. Shut the fuck up. 10% off is honestly not bad with today's economy. So what do you use these spores for then? Like, if you already established the habitats for the Jumpluff, Hoppip, Skiploom. Just extra of items in the shop. So like decor? But what if I'm not into decor? I want my regular shop back. Yeah, I think I've almost finished with collecting the stardust and the cotton spores from the perimeter, and then we'll have to work inwards. We got a little bit of a system here going. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting Red Mist a sub. Red Mist, congratulations on your job again, and welcome to the universe. Watch that Anonymous Gifter just be Yvonne. No, maybe not. She said W gifted, but maybe she says W gifted to throw us off the scent. Yeah, I mean, I think they're planning on doing more events. So they'll probably add more Pokemon. Okay, thank you, True Anonymous Gifter, for gifting Red Mist Kite a sub. Yay! Oh wow, that's a lot of Stardust. Blech. You give me that. And while you're at it, give me all these. And give me the bed. Oh. And give me this. When will I use this? I don't know. Yeah, or I'll just let it sit in storage, like so many of my other items. Because realistically speaking, I probably finish the game before I decorate. And give me that, and give me that. And you can give me this and this. Hi, Robin. What's up? It's so hot today. Yeah. Stay hydrated. It's not that pleasant. Okay, I give up. Give me this. 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 And give me this. How about it? Give me that. Give me that. And that. And that. Do I really want all this? Not really. Okay. What the fuck does? Hi Sil, what's up? Bill. Another bill. Okay, I'm down to return from whence I came. Even if there are more spores around, I can't be bothered. Okay, I'll go for this last spore and seashell. Contributing to the decline in American literacy. You doom scrolling or something? Yeah. Thank you. You're grading. Oh my god. Teacher? Teacher. Dude, we've all grown up so much. I remember when you were still a grad student. Now teacher. That's so cool. Oh, you were also teaching back then too? Wow, that looks yummy. That actually looks yummy. What a party. What's going on? Is that a legendary Pokemon? Oh my god. Volcarion? He woke up because of the curry? He's like, damn, this curry smells too good. Let me get in on some of that. When the Pokemon too hype and the party too hot. Well, how do I get up there? Is the question. Volcanion. Do you remember when I ran into that guy in Cobblemon and then I, like, died before I could get to him? And then he ran away and I was so sad. No, I don't remember that at all. Why would I bring it up if I remembered that? Whoa, what are you supposed to be in? What's all that noise down there? That you and your friends, bud? It's a party. I'm not sharing my curry. You all sound like you're having a good time and with no humans around to help either. I was actually thinking it's kind of nice how quiet it's been without the humans around, but you know, a little party ruckus every now and then may not be half bad. What happened here? Who knows? Never could bring myself to like humans. Couldn't care less what they're up to. I bet it's their fault the world's so messed up now. You might not be wrong, but I like the humans. I mean, I guess there might be good humans too somewhere out there. They're a tough bunch, you know, can't underestimate them. I'm sure they figured out a way to survive this mess. Fence-sitter! Fence-sitter! Say it with your freaking chest. Don't back down from your opinions. Anyway, it's been a hot minute since I've had my mood lifted quite like this, but it's kind of nice. You all can consider me a friend now. That's cool, though. Ultra rank. Pog. Sounds like your friends are calling for you, but I'm gonna show you all something cool real quick before I head out. It's something the humans left behind. But first, you go back to your pals, alright? Okay. Kinda scared. What's he gonna show? Is he gonna show a volcano eruption? Ooh, maybe he has fireworks. He's firing off fireworks with his... Wow. With his volcanons. Uh-huh. Recipes for our cannon and fireworks. Oh, now we can do the pirate habitat, I think. Yay! Time to party complete. How do I make paper, though? It's not in this habitat that I find out how to make paper. Wait, I want some curry. Can I have some curry? Yummy. Oh, that's it? Frick! I wasted it. I wasted my curry. That's so sad. The whole pot and you can't get second? Yeah, freak my Kappa Chungus chud life. Okay, where's the next area? This is where we came from. Do. This on the right? This is kind of cute. Just me pilfering the furniture from the Dream Island and then setting it up. And then saying, isn't it kind of cute? As if I had anything to do with designing. I literally tried to give you more CDs and you didn't. You said you couldn't. Sure, yo. The audacity. Oh wait, they want more? It's not that I give them all of them, it's that they just want different ones. Ah, this is so annoying. I want to throw all the CDs at him. Ten types of CDs. Or do I have to bring them all at once? I'm so confused. So arrangement is literally just like with the same 5 CDs. I give up. Freaky wrote 'em. You don't make any goddamn sense. Okay, let's get moving. New area, yippee! Almost 2 years. That's a lot of time. Gate open. Yippee. Oh, there's a Orikorio on that poster. Hi, Yo-Yo. What's up? What kind of biome is this? Kind of mountainous? Is this a zip line? Oh my goodness. Wow, how techy. Happy uptime 420. Oh, finally I can make paper. Oh, not paper, pinwheels. Oh, we're gonna need like a Piplup Pokemon here. Office desk. What kind of area was this prior? 2 jars of honey. Okay, let's just do the easiest thing and make a habitat first. I like the music a lot for this area. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifting Onyx a sub. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully that's also a habitat. Yay! I wonder, because this is pretty much old Kanto, no? Or like Kanto post-apocalypse. So I'm wondering, like, which city this was in Kanto. Pallet Town? Oh, really? Sprigatito should pop up from the one we just placed. Celadon department store reopens. Oh, is this Celadon? Construction site generator. Oh. Girder. Or is not girder. Conkelder? Oh, there's a little boat. One set of cleaning supplies. Spotless washing station. Really interesting. We can get a Mr. Mime here. One yellow hut. Oh, that's probably gonna be our home, our abode. Wow, there's so many like connected areas. Where we came from. Here. 3, 4. What the? Pop art bed. There's a crafting bench here. Ooh. Hello, sir. May I take your order? That's how people who work the cash register are like, huh? Hi, Brandon. What's up? Can I get a large fry? By all means. Hello. Message from the Pokedex. Chic chair. Nice. Yo, I need some water dough. I think that's what I need primarily. A water Pokemon. Maybe I can get one via fire hydrant? Question mark? Okay, check this out. Water! Water! Oh shoot, does that make it muddy? We're all gonna drown here, by the way. Okay, now I suck. It's not going away. I thought I could suck all of this up. Can I not? Oh. Well, it's too late. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. Can I get a huge schlong? What do you need that for? So I can't just spit it out? Or suck it all back in? Um, yeah, thank you, Cassox, for the sub. For the gifted sub. Thank you, thank you. Guys, I don't feel so good. I kind of flooded the place. I heard this was a strat, though. Was I wrong? Okay, hear me out. work? Okay. We can figure this out. We can figure this out somehow. Well, I don't remember where I put down the water. Okay. This area's cooked for now. Oh. Dude, do you think Sprigatito's drowning? I don't even see it. Oh my god, it's there somehow. Okay. Maybe. Oops. Okay. Guys, I don't know how I could have fucked this up. I should have been patient. I shouldn't have listened to these hacks. These hacks on Twitter. Oh my god. Whoa! Whoa, how did I worsen it? Wait a minute. What the helly? What the helliana? Uh. Dude, that Sprigatito is holding on to the park bench. This looks like your house in Cobblemont. I fear this is far worse than my house in Cobblemont, actually. Okay. We can fix this. She said uncertainly. But what choice do we have? Okay. Okay. Wait, I'm cooking a little. I'm cooking a little. Can I suck this? Yay! Yay! Oh my god, we're kind of doing it. Okay, we're not kind of doing this part. No! No! Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is human ingenuity. It's not. It's like, you know, maybe human ingenuity got me into this place in the first place, but at least we're doing it now, right? Okay. Okay. Hold on. Oh, I'm so thankful for all the volcanic ash I gathered. On God. Okay, we gotta just section it off piece by piece. And then I can suck it up in little quadrants and then we'll all be good. And then it won't be a flooded, scary place anymore. Yeah, I was trying to do the watering trick. But they didn't tell me it would be so flooded. They just lie to you. They just lie to you for their Twitter impressions, and how could I be such a fool to fall for such... Can I do rollout? No, I want... Okay. 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 Give me my hamburger. Okay, ready? Oh, there's too much water. I gotta section it off even more. The excitement got to you? Yeah. There's a lot of cute ways to decorate. I don't foresee myself like carrying around my Switch 2 though, so I haven't really like gotten any cases and things like that. No! What'd I do? What'd I do? Oh, I'm such a freaking chud. Let's not focus on the right side. Let's just focus on the left side here. The right side is infinitely more scary. Okay. Okay. Can we... Can we suck this up? Does not seem like it. Oh, whoa. Oh, what the... Okay. Why isn't it working? Gulp. Gulp. Yay. Oh my god. Hi Baron, what's up? Okay. Okay. We can do this area. Little by little. Oh my god. This feels unearned. This feels really unearned. Cause this is for a hydrated, fluffy fat flower bed. Tree shaded fluffy flower bed. Okay, let's make a habitat for Dratini. A real one. I... Okay. Well, actually, no. I think this part is fine because the waterfall naturally flows into it, right? Hi, Kelly. Thank you, Kinshung, for the 10 stream streak. Pokopia is going okay. There was a little bit. I mean, there's still kind of a little bit of a mishap, but you know, we're trying to recover. That's all that matters. Hi, Pita. Thanks for lurking. Didn't even get these parts. Even though it was flooded. Stupid game. I mean, it's not a stupid game. I'm just a stupid chud in all reality. Hi, Bean. What's up? Yeah, we got a not well-earned Dratini. But it's all good. Okay. That's very... That's true. But we could be a little nicer. Oh my god. Oops. What if I just fell through? Uh-oh. Ah, shoot. It's so flooded. It's so flooded. Jesus. dude, my head hurts. My head actually hurts from this. Where's the Pokemon that gives me Tylenol? I don't know. Oh my god, it's Froakie. See, but my Froakie's not deserved because that's not actually hydrated tall grass, you know? Now I have to actually move the pink grass. I can't even actually be happy about that. We can be happy about that. Wow, Pupitar. That's cool. Oops. Hi, Luxie. What's up? let's not do that water trick anymore, guys. Where's Dratini? I don't. I'm so ass at this game, bro. Okay. It's like kind of working. Kind of not really working. It like cleared some. It's not really. It's not really working right now. Oh. Oh, we did it! We're never doing that again, though. We're actually never doing that again. I don't care if we manage to figure it out at the end. I would just rather suffer. Like, that was painful, bro. Oh. Trapinch! So cute. So small. That's Jossum! We're Jossum, you guys. I am, clearing all my ash up. Putting you to work right away. Dude, they didn't even get some areas. Like, some of the ground is still... What was all of that for if it didn't even wet everything? Hello? Like, see? What the hell? Okay. Let's clean this up first. Let's see, I want to give... I'll be the game. The game be good, except for me being a chud. Roki's AI seems to be a little bit better than Piplup's. I did see the Spider-Man trailer. People seem to really like it, I think. People like it because he's sad. Yeah, I don't understand that. Why do people like Spider-Man being sad? I like when my faves are happy. Hi Kengo, welcome back, Munch. Thank you, Iuber Pie, for the sub. Please make sure to share your Twitch notice so I can more properly thank you. Cause I mean, that's true. Oops. But still, sometimes I'm like, why sad when we can be happy? Oh my god. I need Froakie to follow me. Where did he go? Stop talking. Get to work. More bubble. Can I just roll out? Oh. Well, that makes it easier. Oh my god, they're praising me. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I'll admit that. I didn't mean to do that. Over here, sir. Oops. plants were good here. Aw, geez, that took so long. Rectifying my mistakes. I sure learned my lesson though. Thank you, Emma. Nature's Market. Interesting. Okay. We can get a Raichu. That's cool. How should we do this? Where did it go? Oh, here. Okay. Tree. Table, any. Cash register. But it has to be on. We have to power it on. And then does that. Okay, that doesn't seem to break everything. Where should I make a utility pole so that okay, we got a folding chair. Whatever the freak that means. Okay. I feel like industrial desk is too big. So maybe... Are there no smaller desks that we have? Frick it, I guess we just do industrial desk. Hello, William. Thank you, Rexlia, for the sub. Welcome to the YouTuberverse, and thanks for your prime. I really appreciate it. No, but I don't want that. Well, not just that. Where's my boulder? Okay. Forgive me, Pupitar. Forgive me, but I must move you. BRB, make a coffee. Okay. Follow me. Yeah, it is. Okay, thank God. And then... remove all this. Yay. Yay. Thank you, Rekka, for the reset for 33 months. Welcome back to the university. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Hope the stream's been going well. They have been. When I managed to be able to stream. Thank you. Thanks for the prime. I guess that doesn't do anything. That's not a habitat. Fancy resting area for Vileplume. Oops. Yeah, there's a Pokeball inside. What kind of stone is this? Pokemetal. Oh. Very cool. Hi, Isaac. What's up? Oh, Trapinch gives us clay. Yummy. Thank you, Trapinch. Alright. This guy couldn't have just hopped along himself? You gonna have just followed after me? I didn't fall off. Gadzooks. What are you doing? Hurry up. I don't know. Dude, I already went on it. I cannot believe that we have to go through all of this all over again. Leftover salad. A rookidee. I wanna learn. I wanna learn how to fly. I've never seen one, but there are lots of buildings and machines that humans built around here. Lots of different islands, and it's really fun to fly around between them. This island we're on is the biggest one. I just wish there were more Pokemon around. Yeah, got it. I've earned a recipe. What recipe may it be? Stylish stool. Wow. We're gonna be so stylish, you guys. Ooh, level 2 already. Yippee. Damn, we dampened dry dirt 4 out of 4 already. Mm. Oh, we have more recipes. CD rack recipe. Concrete steps. Metal fencing. Ooh, mosaic tile. And we get 2 hints. That's big concrete pipe. Okay. You just had a great idea. What's your great idea, fam? Building houses. 3 types of furniture. Okay. Do. It has to be concrete? Concrete pipe? Okay, what is... Iron pipes, 2 iron scaffold, 1 iron pipe. Shall we try that? Fluffy flower bed. You just remembered? What do you remember, Froakie? Pond with a canoe? A dragonite? Wait, I wanna know what a ooh, dragonite with some duckweed. Ooh. Ooh. Let me go get that real quick. Yay. Hey. Please come soon. Please come soon. How do we get the... Ooh, wow, mischievous with a Gengar. Oh my. I didn't mean to do that. You can go back here. Am I blind? Where did my pipes go? My iron pipes? Oh, here they are. Am I missing something? Oh, it's 2 of them. Okay. Yay. Okay. Maybe I put these shrubs on either side. Oh, stylish hedge. I think one of the habitats specifically requires a stylish hedge. But don't remember. Okay, we need to make a magazine rack, and I think we need to buy like a CD thingy. We can maybe make this pirate thing if we have the ship thing. We can't make locker room yet. Maybe we can make spooky study. Okay, let's prio the habitats first. Ah, it's bird song. Okay. Can we make birdhouse? Or do we have to buy a birdhouse? No, we can make one. Yay. Oh my god, he kind of came fast. Hello. Whoa. Okay. He wants to turn me into concrete? Question mark? Wow, Conkeldurr was the one who taught humans concrete? That's kind of neat. need to collect the fluffy flowers. Dragonite! Dragonite! Hello! Hello! In just 16 hours, it can circle the globe is crazy. I can fly? Oh my god. Yeah, it looks so funny like this. Wow! Gliding. Hi, Tonita. What's up? What the hell is this? Ooh, recipe for office cabinet. There's lots of Pokeballs around. Wait a minute. Smelting furnace? Oh, fuck with that. Bleh. Okay. Tinkering a ton? Does that mean it's a tinkaton? Oh, she's so cute, but clumsy. Hello. Are you okay? So is this Pokemon the one that keeps making these buildings? I guess so. What do you need? 6 bricks of concrete? Well, I know where Conkeldurr is. I can go. Yeah, I already met him. Oh, I have limestone. Well, I did have limestone. Yeah, I don't want this. You can have this. Am I going the right way? Oh, yeah, I think so. Do I have limestone on my person, though? Is the better question. No. Gonna have to retrieve some. Concrete mixer? How the frick do I get one? Veggies are the best? Sure. Ah, these Pokemon are so demanding. Okay, let's see what it takes to make a concrete mixer. Okay. Do I have seeds? I don't think I do. Can I buy them? Veggie seeds? I cannot buy them currently. What does that mean for me? Oh! Hello. Oh my god, celebrity Pokemon Raichu. Yippee. This is so heat. True. Raichu. Okay, I need to place some. Hold on. Okay. There's another tree shaded habitat I can make, right? shaded flower bed. Tree shaded graceful flower bed. I think there's one more flower thing I can make here now. I guess not. Can I make a mirror? Do I know how to make a sink? I think I might be able to make a mirror. Okay. Okay. Give me one moment to assess our situation here. You've been watching me from 3 hours ago? It's kind of funny. I'm sorry. Okay. I kind of want to make an illuminated park bench. Let's see. Because I think I have a... Maybe I don't have a bench. We have a bench here. And then I can move this one. Yay. Okay, and then I am gonna TP. Well, I should make a house first, no? Like a small house. Okay. And I shall live, I guess, right here. Help me out, buddy. Dude, fighting Pokemon are actually so useful in this game. Because they can do, like, multiple things. Here you are. Do. 7:02 p.m. That's not too bad. Okay, and then I need a craft. Well, do I need a craft? Right now we're good. Okay. Oh wait, no. I know what I needed to craft. My freaking flag. I need with one of these. Okay, I don't want to really TP out when I don't have a home yet, so I guess I'll just glide and explore the area. Wow, look at the moon. Yeah, I can't believe it's nighttime already in this game. Oh yeah, is there limestone in this area? Probably, right? It wouldn't surely be restricted just to the whatchamacallit, rocky ridges. Oh yeah, there's loads here. Loads, I tell you. Okay. And so there's some hints and stuff here too. Team R Grunts Journal number 7. But you can make tracks too. Oops. Lots of limestone here, yes sir. Okay. Maybe if I put this grass under the this kind of tree. No, I guess it's the same. I thought it'd be a different habitat because it's like a alpine tree instead of a fruit tree. Yo, thank you, Deca, for the 10 stream streak. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Lepa berries, yummy. Okay, I need to go up there. But how? Question mark. Maybe I'll just glide. Hey. Huh? Who is saying what? Gardevoir! Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hello. Oh man. Hello. Why, hello there. Oh my gosh, he called me adorable. Yummy. I sense something within you, a strange mystical power. Would you mind accompanying me for a while? I'd like to show you an interesting spot. Okay. I'll do anything, milady. To protect its trainer, it will create a small black hole. Wait a minute. That's kind of metal. Playland. We can get Snivy in this game! This game is so fucking good. This game is so great. Sorry, I just really need to get all the debris and stuff. You know how it is. Oh, there's some plants here. Oh, there's so much shit on the ground. Recipe for office chair. Cute. Oh, that's kind of cute. Sure. What is this place? Was this a gym? Sure thing. Take them. Source of water. Oh, it's a Team Rocket hideout. Well, I mean, for now, we just... Right? Oh, the Poke Metal ingots? She's so cute. Enjoy the streaming game. Okay, good night, Emma. Oh my god, they gave us hamburger steak for free. Yummy, yummy. Commence! Okay. Do we really need this much right now? We can just come back, no? Oh, slightly spoopy music. Coarse rock. Okay. Oh, this is CD rack. I can make that. Oh. Okay, there's a mischievous habitat I can make here. With a step stool and boxes. Well, we have boxes. Is there a... Presto. And then we drop. Yay. Yippee. No. I want to get this pipe. Oh, it might not be concrete. Never mind. So then we won't need it. Oh, it's a tea set? Wow. Oh, and a little... I kind of miss our original outfit. Oh, wait, no. Confirm. Yay. Wait, there were plants here, right? Where exactly were they? Okay. Okay. Cool. Ugh. I need to go all the way up in order to fly over there. Yeah, I think I still need to go all the way up. Absorb impact. Oh, for Parasect. Something shocking has happened. The Pokemon Conservation Project is progressing smoothly, and the time came for my Tangela to join the others. In the hopes of avoiding a tearful scene, I waited until my grandchild was asleep before entrusting Tangela to one of the other project members, but later that night I received word that Tangela had run off. Tangela was likely family. He should have been accustomed to humans. How could this have happened? I have a theory. Tangela was likely trying to get back to our home, but it's nearly time for my family to set off for space. Even if Tangela were to make it safely home, by the time he arrives, we'll no longer be there. Well, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I feel agonizingly helpless knowing there's nothing I can do. Nothing that is but hope that the project staff find Tangela and keep him safe. That's real sad. I did not like that. I should have skipped that memo. I should not have read that. Oh boy. Oh boy. That one hurt, it did. It really did hurt. Oh, Venonat, hello. Oh. Oh, what's in here? Ooh, mischievous. You're facing the wrong way. Well, you were facing the wrong way, so. Altaria! Wow. 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 Oh my goodness. This area has all like the pretty sleigh Pokemon. That's cool. How did she? Okay, so for this to turn on, do I have to like, does it have to be surrounded by water? Oh, I guess so. Well, that's awkward. Yay. That's my house. That's my house for this area. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. But might as well, right? We need 3 pieces of furniture. We do not really have 3 pieces. Okay, I have 1 chair. Boom. Oh. A boom. And Fuck it. Kerplow. 2 chairs and a bed. What more do you need? And then... Yay. What's this about? This is the worst. Get a load of this. Earlier, someone left a huge burn mark on my home. I've got no clue who did it. Kazap? Wait, it might have been Raichu. Level 3! Yay. Oh my god, another rebuild the Pokemon Center. Build something. There's more stuff in the shop. Ooh, we can make magazine rack now. Or we can buy magazine rack. We need sink. Ooh, more backpack space. Yippee! Pokemart kit. Ooh. That's exciting. And we can make a CD player now. We can craft one. Okay. Potatoes! Very excited for potatoes. Fireplace nap spot. That is luxurious. What the hell? Trash site TV habitat hint. Really interesting. Ooh, PP up. Yay. Yay. Okay. I'm gonna plant... I'm really sorry, milady, but I need these. Okay. Surely? Surely this time it works out, right? I'm gonna do it. Oh, Vulpix! This place really has all the cuties. Okay. Ready? Yay! Yay! I did it! Yay! Oh my god, I'm not entirely a chode after all. Holy shit. Okay. It's not pretty, but I think we min-max this space. We didn't flood. Yay. Oh. Well, can't I pretend that the sprinkler is doing something? Yes? Okay, thank you. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And then okay. It definitely does not look the prettiest, but we did it. Now you? Follow me. Muggy? How's your comfort level? Drier? I don't know how to fix that, buddy. What's up, Pupitar? Gotcha. Next to the water. Oh. Okay. Follow me. Go do it. You said you could do it. Yeesh. Okay, thank you. That took a minute. What do you need? Not now, Venonat, but thank you. Kind offer. Okay, I need one of these for this area. And then I need... Okay, I can make one wall mirror. I wonder when I'll be able to get a sink for the Mr. Mime. Okay. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Wait, we can make a little habitat for the fish rod, I think, with this random chair. Oh, what's this? Oh, giraffe. No, I don't like that. I don't want your tail to greet me too. That's weird. That was really weird. What recipe have we discovered? Sink? Striped wall. I need a sink, man. Cool. Do, 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 do. Okay. What else should I do? I'm just waiting for the concrete. Wait, did I make Froakie homeless by sucking the water? Oh no, I didn't. Cool. Okay. Ooh, okay, I can make concrete pipe now. And then concrete pipe. Okay. I can make this, or I can go find this. I need a sink. We don't have pencil holder yet. Okay. 3 concrete pipes and grass. We can do that. Well, we probably have to wait for the... Because I think we prioritized Tinkaton's request. Yeah, we got Weed Cat. Sprigaweedo. Sorry, I'm pretty sure Sprigatito lovers would not be happy with that nickname. Yeah, Weed Cat is cute. Sprigaweedo, not cute. I don't think. You need an iron ingot? Wait, I already have it. I think I have several. Yeah, gato means cat, right? Pedo is dog. Wait, I should have... Can I make the playland, or should I have picked it up? I'm pretty sure I should have picked it up. Ugh. Okay. Let's look at what I have. CD player, CD rack, and magazine. Okay. Yay. Okay. And And then cause I don't want to hold on to the cleaning supplies. I thought she needed more concrete than that. Oh, shoot. I need a Ditto Dragonite plush. I feel like they might release one. I don't think that's, not on the horizon. Okay. There was... I think it was around here. Was it not? Like a big playground? Maybe it wasn't. Is it down here? I guess north. Oh, I can just buy it. I thought, I could just cop a free one. Teehee. Oops. I'm getting kind of eepy. You guys chilling? Yoinks this. Yoinks this. Yoinks that. Yeah, I think I just keep these here. I feel kind of bad. Well, I'll take the tea set and stuff, though. Seven-hour stream, so I don't blame you, Egg. Hacker's confessions. Let's not. I don't want to cry again. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Help! How do I get up there? How come everybody be having tea? Oops. Ooh, mirror ball. Blech. Am I too short? Meh. Okay. That was an ordeal to get a singular Pokeball. It is what it is. Ooh. That was a little scary. Did you dominate the entirety of this Pokemon Island with Iron Fist and Ruthlessness Net? No, because I'm kind. And I only really dole out punishment if my Pokemon are not listening to me and are not being good laborers and participating. But I feel like that's not really that much to ask for. Tinka Gears. Oh. Okay. How to make a platform. Iron ingot, concrete, Tinka gear. Sure thing, buddy. Man, we're so cute together. We look so girly pop. I don't really have I don't really have steps and stuff, but dude, this is equivalent of like a guy bringing home a girl for the first time to their bachelor pad and then him having like a mattress on the floor. Couldn't be me. Hold up. Give Tinkaton iron ingots. Okie dokie. It serves you well. Yeah, I'm not saying that. Listen, I'm not denying the practicality and like minimalist utilitarian feel of it all. But I will say, if you are trying to attract somebody that has standards, yeah, I think that might be a little bit off-putting. Hi, Xenomic. Thank you so much for the sub. Please make sure to share your Twitch note so I can more properly thank you. That big building. Oh, that must have been like Celadon's department center, right? The one where you can get like a bunch of... You can get like the Firestone and the Thunderstone and the Waterstone. So confident. This guy's acting like he's part of the team and then pisses me off. All he does is tell me what to do. Okay, I make one toy. Okay, I need way more of those. Oh, here it is. The slide is so cute. Wow, it so easily dries out, no? Or was this always this dry? And I just didn't notice. Hi, Jack Madman. What's up? I feel like I just didn't notice. There's no way it dries out this fast. Does it? Oh, it's because this is where all the like sand and stuff were piled on top of earlier. I see. Yeah, that'd be cool if you were I'm sure the Pokemon will be able to slide on it. But it'd be cool if we could collectively, including Ditto. They want me to make stairs to the big building. That is really asking for a lot. Okay, well, we would need asphalt. And then I think the mosaic tile. And stairs. Stop following me! You're so annoying. Okay, let's see how much concrete was made. Oh, very good. I don't know, the tan growth pisses me off sometimes. I will not lie. I'm sorry. I know he has a tragic backstory and all, but I need my personal space. The place looking lit, bruv. You promise, bruv? You're not just saying that, bruv? Wait, I wanna see... Oh. He distracted me. And then... Yay. I don't know what comes out of this, but at least I laid down another habitat. Very good. Altaria gives a lot of fluff. Oh, wait. Anything else I can make? I like the pop art sofa a lot. Okay. Let's try to craft. Asphalt road. $50 for now. And then concrete steps. We might need more limestone. Probably. Well, thank you, Chris. Oh, Pokemon already? Cyndaquil! Oh my god. We so cute. So cute. Yay. Oh my god, 3 starters in one region is kind of lit. No one will know. Please stop hovering. Dude, I'm actually gonna freak out. Guys, I'm kind of scared. This doesn't seem the most stable. Good night, Rai Rai. Sleep well. You have a hat on? I think you're protected. Yeah, but my hat's very floppy. Snivy's here! Do you see that, you guys? In the distance? What kind of ladder is this? Iron steps? Well, I have concrete steps. This is kind of scuffed. Can you leave me alone? Okay, he's not leaving me alone. This is so scuffed, but whatever. I don't think we know iron steps yet, or if we do, I did not make any in advance, so this is what we're getting. Thank you, Artemis, for the resub for 67 months. Oh, shit. 6-7. Welcome back to the YouTubers. Thank you so much for your prime. I really appreciate it. I think I was more excited about your resub than you probably were. Okay. I don't know whether this is any good. Yoink. Can I not yoink this? Okay, so I thought I could yoink this. I guess I can't. Hi God Legacy, what's up? A microscope. Ah, did not mean to do that. I'm okay. I'm a little tired right now, but overall doing well. I just wish this Tangrowth would stop following me. I know it's like part of the story right now, but very distracting. Okay. Hello. Hi, Cricket Tot. Another Yo Pokemon. Snivy, so cute. I love Snivy. Yay. Wow, thank you. That's so kind. Potato hamburger steak sounds yummy. Wow. Delicious. We must try soon. Okay, we only have 3, but surely we'll get more in the future, right? Let's make the town all nice. What do you mean? Meeting? We don't have a meeting yet. Whoa. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's go to Tinkaton first. A look inside the building. Where'd she go? Hi Dash, what's up? Did you sell enough feet picks to get a Switch 2 in Pokopia yet? Let's scope out the second floor. Okay. How do we do that? Oh. Oh wow. Trying to see if there's any laptops. I think there are laptops in the other place, right? And wires too. Maybe they worked here? Okay, third floor time. Okay, we have a whiteboard. Okay, so I can't touch anything on these floors. Frick, I can't pilfer. How are you feeling? Loot goblin can't loot. It's so sad. Dude, I can't even get the iron ore. Make it fancy. Look, Dash, you can become a little Ditto guy. Ditto Dragonite. Isn't that cute? Wow, that's a lot. Not really. I mean, I have everything else except the concrete, so that just means I need to get a lot of limestone. Important request underway. Yippee! For those of you who kind of know how the game ends or have completed like the Pokemon Center thingy, does it take a or like I need to connect the lift to another lift platform? How do I make? Should I make one on top of here? Is there no space? Oh, I just wanted to ask, do I have... Am I close to end game? End of story? Or no? Because I feel like I've been on story forever. Yeah, am I just a chud? Wow, level 4 already. Ooh, what are these? New houses? Metallic smelting furnace. Does this just make it faster? Four to 5 hours? Okay, not bad. Oh, that's so cute. I want one. Okay. I didn't realize that Rookie D wanted the house for itself. Oh, never mind. It just wants it a house in general. That's good. Try talking to Dragon Knight. Okay, wait. I want to make... one of these. Hello. Alarm clock. 5? Interesting. 5. 5 is crazy. Yay. Okay. Okay. Is it on a different island? Not this island, right? Gardevoir's island? Instead of Tinkaton's? And then where is Tinkaton's island again? I mean, Gardevoir's. So this is where I think we can get Metang. Cause there was a laptop. Here's some wires. Okay. Here is the laptop. Okay. So we need whiteboard, table, any laptop, jumbled cords. And I had a whiteboard in my inventory. I think I deposited it somewhere though. Surely there's one around? Question mark? I'm sure hoping so. Well, I could take that. No whiteboard. No whiteboard. Okay, I think maybe it would be here. Hopefully. Thank you, Delta, for the sub. Please make sure to share your notif so I can more properly thank you. I did. Thank you, Chris. Oh my god. Yay! I did have one. Yippee! Lower the humidity. Okay. This will be good for Trapinch. Sparkling Skylands. Is it gonna be your new main PC? Yeah. Cause my main PC is nice too, but technically the specs on that one are nicer. Cause right now I have a 9800 X3D with a 4080, 4070 Ti, and then this one is a 5080 and a 9950 X3D or something. My Arcanine, that Arcanine's a plushie, so yeah. I don't actually know whether a 5080 is better than the 7080 Ti, but okay. Where is Trapinch? Trapinch home? Is that kind of better? Is there a way to make it drier for Trapinch? Okay. Do I have a desk on me? I have a plain table. Cool. And then we need a luxury sofa, any potted plant, and Team Rocket wall hanging. I think we might have a luxury sofa somewhere, but I have to go find it. Okay, well, let's just make 5 alarm clocks first. Unless that was like a joke, and he was more so trying to make us just check out whatever's behind the waterfall or whatever. Really? This is crazy. This is actually crazy. This is like the ugliest thing a Pokemon has ever requested me to do. I kid you not. Okay, where is this cave that they mentioned? Behind the Pokemon Center? Oh, is it under? It's not that I don't know what that's like. Oh, so we could have just... Oops. We could have just collected them. We didn't have to do all that. We didn't have to craft them. Wait, I think there's more than 5 here. Oh, really? He accepted the ones I crafted. Hey, what am I gonna do with 5 alarm clocks? That's a real question. Six alarm clocks. I need much more limestone for this guy. Metang is here. Cute. Clean and shiny paper. Look at this. Bam. Waste paper. Yes. Thank you. What other Pokemon in this game no recycle? Dude, I love being Dragonite. This is so heat. Okay, I'm gonna go over to Tinkaton's island. Because I need to craft some... more concrete. So I need more limestone. High key is a reference to when college kids would set like 5 alarms for exam days. Is that it? Magnezone and coughing? Oh, I don't have either of those yet, I don't think. Coughing recycles? I'm a little surprised. Yummy. Oh, so claustrophobic. Hi, Brendan. What's up? No! The effects of food have worn off. Okay, how much limestone do I have? Okay, I think we have plenty. We have over 99. Okay. The work never stops. Okay. Thank you, Ree, for the 3 stream streak. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I said that, but the work stops for me. Oops. The Pokemon must not rest. But I kinda need a rest. Wow, where did my Pokemon go? I'm only at 1.6k coins now. Yeah, I worked a little overtime compared to my normal hours. Well, but then again, if overtime becomes my normal hours, then am I really working overtime at a certain point? You know? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. But thank you guys so much for watching today's stream. I am going to sign off now, and hopefully I will have the new PC set up by tomorrow so we can do a little bit of solo queue Apex, in which I will be, testing out the frames and how smooth it runs, hopefully, fingers crossed, and or maybe some Marvel Rivals because new act started with the new strategist. So I want to try her out because she is not only a strategist, but she's also Korean. Korea. Yeah. So tomorrow's probably going to be more of a FPS day. Maybe some Pokopia. Maybe Near Automata. Honestly, I was planning on playing some Near now, but I'm honestly really tired and I don't want to overstrain myself. Korea mentioned! But yeah. Hopefully I'll have my PC set up. You will know. You'll be able to tell whether my PC set up based on whether this black tower is still in the background or not tomorrow. If it is still up tomorrow, it'll be the Black Tower of Shame, as it will be. Have you played Heartopia? No. I've not played Heartopia, but I heard that Heartopia has, well, I don't actually know whether it's Gen AI, but I did hear that Heartopia has some like AI used in it, so I am also, I just don't think Heartopia is my thing. I don't actually particularly love like the comfy genre unless it's like IP related, if that makes sense. So I like Stardew Valley, um, just because it's like the OG classic, and then I really like this game, but I think I couldn't even get on with the Harvestella, which is Square Enix. Um, yeah. Okay. But thank you guys so much for watching. Tomorrow I'll have it. I don't know what's on the docket for tomorrow, certainly, but I for sure am going to be playing a little bit of Apex because I have 3 uh 2150 Apex coin packs to give away, coin codes to give away. So I'm really excited to give those away tomorrow. And I will see you guys then. And what else? Tomorrow's Friday, right? Yeah. I think that's it. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Have a good rest of your night, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Time to say goodnight. Yes, it's time to say goodbye. BTS new album in 23 minutes. Sorry. I'm not much of a what is it? An army. But have fun. Enjoy listening.